Hello, hello, hello. How are we all doing today? We are playing some Our Life, which is so fun. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. Um, I know it took some time for me to get here today. It, I'm not gonna lie, it's hard. It's been hard. I took the wrong subway, which is the worst excuse ever, I know. But listen, I don't know what to tell you other than I made a mistake and I took the wrong subway. It just happens. It just happens. Let me move this a little bit. Um, and I think I might be a teeny tiny bit loud. So let me just to be on the safe side. Because I don't want static in your ear or anything. So let me know if this is okay. Actually, let's split the difference. Okay, I think this is fine. I think this should be fine, but let me know if it isn't. Because yeah. How are we doing today? Right now I'm kind of focused on the move. It is what it is. And yeah. No, it's a lot. Hang on. I know I shouldn't be doing this right now, but I'm doing it. And then I have to move. Oh God, guys, I shouldn't be doing this, but I've gotten stuck. I've gotten stuck and I can't stop. But how's everybody today? Okay, let's just get into it. Let's just get into the game. It's fine. It's fine. It's cool. It's whatever. Let's get into it. Hi. See, don't you like how I had everything prepared? A road trip. Okay. Goodbye. Okay. Even though you were awake, the sun had barely peeked its head above the horizon, and the sky above was still dark, though lightening by the minute. Usually you wouldn't be up so early, especially during summer vacation, but today was different. So instead of the lazy days you were used to, everything around you was a flurry of activity as both your family and Cove's prepared for what lay ahead. Because parked in the street, just outside your house, was a massive RV camper. Oh my god! So big you couldn't even see Cove's house behind it. His parents had rented the RV for a few days to take him on a short road trip to see the Redwood National Park. You glanced at Cove, who was standing nearby, taking in the scene in front of him. The prospect of the trip had to be a mixed bag for him, but it was only 3 days, so it seemed that he was dealing with it as best as he could. Especially now that you and your family were joining them. We are. You weren't sure how exactly that happened. Yeah, no, I'm not sure at all how that happened. You knew your parents and Cove spoke to each other often, and somewhere along the way, plans were made after Cliff offered to share the space. The parents all thought it was a fantastic idea. You had already gotten a good look inside while helping to load everything in, and you had to admit that it was a really big car. Fitting that many people inside was going to be snug.
Let's go.
Move it or lose it, kiddo. Mom bustled past with a cooler in one hand and a large bottle of water under the other. She was upbeat for this early in the morning. It's morning? I probably said that it was morning before, but it's still dark out. Like, that's how early it is. I hate that. Oh, hello. Hello, hello. Hang on. I can't actually, I don't know why, but my YouTube chat has not been getting on. Hi, King T. How are you? Let me actually move all of the chats over. So I can see all of it. Yeah, it has not been showing up on my OBS recently, so I just have to keep an eye out. Okay. I'm good. I'm just focusing on moving right now, which is so fun. But yeah. Ma, however, seemed to be on the other side of the wavelength. She followed behind her wife, dragging her feet on every step. That's so funny. I'm going to need a whole jug of coffee once we hit the road. You could relate to Ma. It was way too early. You yawned and rubbed at your eyes, still sleepy from the early morning wake-up call. The air outside was still damp from dew, and that helped make you a bit more alert. And then, at the end of the chain, came your sister. She had a bone to pick before the trip officially started. Her rattling off critiques added some level of normalcy to everything that was going on.
Ugh.
I don't understand why I can't sleep in the bed tonight. I'm the youngest. Oh, me is the youngest. That is true, I am the youngest of me and my brother. And I'll never fall asleep in that loft. We're trying to make things fair on everyone. If you want to play the older card, you should be offering to take the loft both nights. It's important for big siblings to make sacrifices for their younger ones. Elizabeth huffed, not happy with that answer in the slightest, and folded her arms, leaning back against the side of the RV. The trip plans had been nailed down prior, the sleeping arrangements included. Elizabeth still held on to her objections with them. There was a main area of the RV with a couch, loft, and some floor space. At the end of the car was a room with a large bed. Your moms were sharing the bed, Kairos on the couch, and father and son intended to sleep on the floor. Yikes. The adults determined that you and Elizabeth would switch between the small loft above the driver's seat and sharing the bed with moms. I'm fine with that. I mean, it's a car, so I mean, it was never gonna be like everyone gets their own bed. As long as you had a place to rest your head of some description, it didn't bother you. Alright, you lot, does everyone have everything they need? We're heading out in 5 minutes, now's the time to double check. You wouldn't want to forget something important. No, we would not. At the word, Elizabeth yelped and dashed back into the house, her bedhead hair bouncing behind her as she went. Ma came over and gave you a smile, settling her hands on her hips. How about you? Do you have all your clothes packed, toiletries, deodorant, floss, anything else you can think of? Oh, you had to run back inside. I always forget something. Sprinting up the stairs to the bathroom, you grabbed your toothbrush from beside the sink before heading back down. You were glad you were reminded to grab it after having left it out to use this morning. It would have been embarrassing if you couldn't brush your teeth for the next few days. Your mom, you probably could have passed by like a CVS or something to get another toothbrush if you forgot, but anyway, good to remember. Your mom was still there, waiting with a knowing expression as you walked out again. Got everything now? Yeah. With a few minutes left to spare before leaving, you mentally went over what you had packed for the trip. Clothes, a pillow and blanket, usually day-to-day gear for most people. You also had more personal things, such as... perfect. My camera! I'd show you guys my camera, but you are my camera currently. It was just a little pocket camera you had gotten from your mom so that you couldn't miss the opportunity to take some new snaps. MP3 player, that's important. I don't go anywhere without music, I would die. With so much time you'd be spending driving in a car, you wanted to make sure you'd be able to have some music to put on. Couple things to read. You always need a book. I have a book on my desk right now. You had packed one of your old favorites and a new one you'd never tried before. Okay, you knew you'd have plenty of time for both of them, since it was such a long drive. Actually, I can't read in the car. I get car sick. That wasn't something as a kid. That didn't affect me as a kid, but it did affect me as I grew older. How old am I? Like 13? Here's some makeup. You kind of dreaded the idea of trying to apply it nicely while in a cramped RV, but it was something you wanted to keep on hand. Yeah, no, that was not gonna be fun. And a gaming console, why not? The drive to Redwood National Park would take an entire day one way, so you wanted to make sure you had a way to entertain yourself while traveling there and back. Okay. And I'm good, that was everything. Hey, let me take that for you. I'll stow it in the RV. There's a few spots left. It'll fit. You let Kyra take your bag and gave her a grateful smile. With nothing left to do, you watched the others getting ready for the trip. Kyra and Cliff seemed to have the most energy out of anyone. They were finishing packing suitcases away while your moms had gone to lock up the house. They high-fived whenever another got cramped into the storage compartments of the vehicle. Even though your own parents were more low-key than Cove's, you could tell that they were excited for the trip. It had been a while since your family had been away anywhere together. Elizabeth skipped towards the RV, a bag slung over her shoulder, and you were surprised she seemed more optimistic about the whole ordeal now. Usually she wasn't one to exit the confines of her rooms unless it was for TV or food or to leave her family behind to be with her friends. Yikes. You would have thought 3 whole days packed in an RV with 6 others would be too much for her, but it was a nice surprise. You supposed any vacation was better than no vacation in her mind. Cove had been pretty quiet so far, and more than anything, seemed to be overwhelmed by the situation. Been excited, but also like a little nervous, so let's say excited. It was great to get away and explore new places. Soon the miscellaneous remaining tasks had been all wrapped up. Everyone piled into the RV. It was officially time for the trip to start. Oh, so that's the loft. The loft doesn't look that bad. It doesn't look that bad at all. And it did. Cliff took the first shift driving. He cautiously navigated massive car out of the narrow neighborhood streets. It was touch and go for the first part of the journey. Your moms and Kyra were all huddled at the front, trying to get a view of how much space they had on each side. Yikes, that's stressful. There was a sense of relief when the first long leg of the trip was hit, and the RV would only need to go down one stretch of highway for miles. The mom group cleared out of the driver's area, leaving Cove's dad do it, taking more comfortable seats around the main cabin. You felt like you could finally relax now, too. Time slipped by as morning faded away. Before you realized it, the engine of the RV came to a stop, but only halted for a few moments as Cliff climbed down from the driver's seat and Mom took over. Mom was sitting shotgun, giving Mom a quick tutorial on the controls. Wait! Why are we learning about the controls just now? I feel like you shouldn't... I feel like, you know, do a little test drive before the road trip to make sure everyone stays safe, but okay, I guess that's just me. As it was her first time driving anything this large, Cliff groaned as he headed towards the rest of you, stretching his arms above his head and loosening up his muscles. We're making good progress. Yeah, maybe you should take a nap in the back for a while. That was a long haul you just did, and I know you're on less sleep than usual. That sounds like something, but I'm not gonna comment. Cliff waved a hand, that trademark grin of his slipping into place. I don't need sleep. I've still got a few miles in the old tank. He flexed an arm, showing off his muscles to drive the point home about how resilient he was. And Kyra rolled her eyes in amusement. That everybody has to sleep. Cove shook his head at the tough guy act, though Cliff simply chuckled and ruffled his son's hair.
So?
Are you going to be driving again anytime soon, Mr. Holden? I want to know so I can repair. Did anyone pack some rope? I might need it. There's no seatbelts up here! Elizabeth called down from where she was lounging in the loft above the driving compartment. She was laying on her back, her hair falling over to the side and swinging around as the RV started up again and took off down the road. A bag of potato chips was balanced on Elizabeth's stomach, and she tossed a couple in her mouth right as Cliff held a hand to his chest, pretending to be offended by the remark. Kyra laughed lightheartedly.
Don't worry about that.
Luckily for all of us, we have adults to cover the shifts today. He won't be driving again until tomorrow. Huh. Just enough time to write up my last will and testament. Not you two. The rest of the group laughed while Cliff pouted, and you gave him an apologetic shrug. Mom then shouted back in her seat to join in the conversation, a playful smile tilting her lips. What I'm more worried about is this old monster getting us there and back again before falling apart. It looks as though it was built in the early 90s. It must be older than some of the occupants. That's just the aesthetic of the decor. It's not that old, I think. Did you ask your dad what the model was before you rented it? Oh no. Did you ask what okay, I don't know where I got your dad from, but did you ask what year the model was before you rented it? Kyra wrinkled her nose in thought. Hey. Yes, I did. I just can't remember what the answer was. Nice. Cliff chuckled at her while the rest of you let out a collective sigh. The RV lurched a little as it picked up speed, and you held onto the ladder to the loft to keep your balance. You felt something graze the top of your head before a weight settled on your brown hair. When you tilted your chin up to carefully look, you heard the rustling of a bag of chips and realized Elizabeth had rested the end of it on your head. I'm at table now. She gestured to the opening. Hi, Quinn! She gestured to the opening, silently offering to share her snack. You took a handful. I will always take some chips. How are you? It's good. Yeah, I'm having a good day. I am. I was able to talk to my aunt today, which is so nice. I went to archery. It was great. I'm having a pretty good day. How are you? You happily munched away as the conversation continued on and you got closer and closer to your destination. Yeah, I went to archery twice this week. Once yesterday and once today. I was like, oh my god. You know, I just needed a little bit of stress relief. We found an apartment, which is great, and I think we're actually gonna sign this lease, which is so fun. Yeah. Oh, just chilling. That's nice. It is fun. I love going to archery. Thank you, Quinn. I'm excited for it. Like when I toured the place, I really liked it. So it should be. It's gonna be fun. It has like a little patio garden area, which I know Stash will absolutely be going to the bathroom there when I'm too lazy to like walk around the block. Or if it's midnight. Oh my god, I just thought about that. Sometimes when Stash like isn't feeling well or for whatever reason, she needs to go in the middle of the night, she could just go outside and it's right out the door and it's fabulous. But yeah. Ma was closing the windows while everyone got ready for bed, saying goodnight to the others as she made her way to the back room. You all had dinner together while still driving, and some hours after you had arrived at your destination and found a spot to park in for the rest of your stay. Giving a look across the front of the RV, you noticed almost everyone there was already dozing off where they were, with Cove having completely fallen asleep, curled up in the passenger seat. Oh, he must have done so while Kyra was driving the last leg and they had decided not to disturb him. Kyra herself was the only one there, still awake, flipping through a magazine next to a portable light from her spot on the couch. It seemed Mr. Holden needed to sleep despite his claims. You followed your moms into the back room and closed the door behind you before crawling into bed between them. It was a queen-size bed. I have a queen-size bed. So there was enough space for the three of you together without too much squishing.
Good night.
We've got a big day ahead of us tomorrow.
That's fantastic.
I'm looking forward to the bushwalk in the morning. It's been a long time since I was out in nature like this. There will be plenty for us to see. You stayed awake for a little while longer while your moms whispered about the park and forests in general. With the sound of their voices in the background, eventually you nodded off to sleep. The next morning, you were up bright and early, preparing for the day ahead. You had an okay sleep. It was nothing compared to your bed at home, but at least you didn't have to sleep on the floor, so you couldn't complain too much. Ma whined a bit about the firmness of her mattress, but Mom only had encouraged her to enjoy the trip while she could. While looking for a spot to get ready, you had some trouble finding a space of your own as the others were doing the same thing. Cove was perched on top of the counter, brushing his hair and tucking up his legs every time someone wanted to move past. The parents were checking, double-checking, and triple-checking that you had everything, to the point where you had stopped listening to them all together. My sleeve keeps falling. Does anyone have, like that specific piece of clothing that for some reason will never cooperate with you? It fits just fine, yet somehow here we are, with the sleeves refusing to stay on my shoulders. You knew you wouldn't be returning to the RV at all that day, but by the look of the backpacks that were packed up and ready to go, you doubted anything was missing from them. It didn't take much longer until you all exited the RV in the bustle and headed into the Redwood National Park.
Wow.
Cove had his head tilted up towards the canopy of trees. He's like, there were like, I mean maybe it's just me, but doesn't it look like they've been wearing different clothes each time on this stage, whereas last stage it seemed like they were wearing the same clothes all the time? Or like, am I just misremembering? Anyway, his eyes wide as he took in the massive trunks on either side of you. You knew that the redwood trees here were considered the tallest trees on Earth. Really? Is that true? But you weren't prepared for exactly how huge they would be in person.
Come on.
Smile, you two! You spun just in time for Kyra to snap a picture of you and Cove together, before she pointed the camera at Cliff, trying to get a shot despite his weak protest that she should just enjoy the moment. Your parents were walking behind the group a little, with Mom telling Ma some information that she had read in the brochure. Ma listened happily while looking around and taking in the sights, every now and then asking a question or making a joke about something Mom had said. You smiled at them, thinking your mom must have read a lot of pamphlets to know so much about the park. Maybe you should come and work here as a tour guide if you know so much about the place. Elizabeth teased, earning a squeeze on the nose from your mom. She had seemed to be enjoying herself, but you thought that might just be because she was amused by everyone else's reactions. I'd be in a good mood. The air was fresh and clean, and it was nice to be outdoors with the people you loved most. No, I mean, I don't like complaining about, being a tourist, you know, especially if I am a tourist. Like, you might as well be a tourist if you are a tourist. Like, you're visiting a place, you want to admire all of it. So what if it's a little embarrassing, right? Though I will complain about tourists in New York, particularly when I'm in my wheelchair in Herald Square, Times Square, because then I will just lose all sense of patience. I have no patience. Because people, like, will block my chair and then I'll accidentally run into their foot or something. That's just because it's so crowded, though. Most of the time I don't really mind tourists. The air was fresh and clean, and it was nice to be outdoors with the people you loved most. You were certain that this was only the beginning of what would be a great day. You're fine, Quinn. It's still you're cool. You didn't know about what? That, like, I accidentally ran into people's feet? I mean, it's not a huge deal. It's whatever. Elizabeth's... Oh. No, I mean, I like my wheelchair. My wheelchair is red. It's an electric wheelchair, so I can still walk around, you know. It's just like sometimes if my POTS is acting up or I've injured myself and I am in pain, I use my wheelchair. Nothing to be sorry about. If anything, you should be jealous. Because I don't have to walk all the time. And I just sit there in my majestic throne. It has majestic on the side of the wheelchair, by the way. That's the brand, you know? It says majestic on the side. So I'm there in my majestic throne looking pretty while I go everywhere. And it means I can walk. I can wear heels and my feet never hurt. Exactly. I am a zebra. But yeah, okay. Elizabeth sped up a little, smirking at Cove as she fell into place between the two of you, and immediately you could tell from her expression that she was gonna say something taunting. Oh, what are you about to say? Okay, that's not very taunting. I can't believe our families are actually on vacation together. She threw her arms out, speaking with a genuine sense of bewilderment. I would have joked about something like this happening, but now I'm not sure I want to give them any more ideas. Cove smiled at her, even if it was a little awkwardly, and continued walking along. Just watch, next year they'll be talking about their next new amazing idea. She put on a fake voice deeper than her own. We should just sell both our houses and move in together. Think about how much we'd save on the mortgage. It was clear that Elizabeth was being sarcastic. Cove simply shook his head, not bothered by her. You supposed he was used to it by now. But seriously, they do act like we're a single family just because we live across the street from each other. Elizabeth gave you and Cove a look, her eyes glinting with mischief as she leered at you. Oh, this is it.
Yeah.
Maybe one day we will be related. Legally, anyway. Elizabeth! She said it as though she was a gossipy old lady. Elizabeth! Maybe, I guess you and me could get married, Elizabeth. Hold the presses! Hold the presses! Cove and Elizabeth? I know it's a joke, but like... I love that so much. What? Me? Yeah, that way Nina would be my sister-in-law. That would be fun. Elizabeth stuck her tongue out at Cove as if the idea was ridiculous. It wasn't a great comment. I'll marry you. Cove, no, we're not saying that. Are you kidding? You ignored Elizabeth, told her to cut it out. No, Cove has a point. It wasn't a great comment. He could just as easily marry you. Well, actually, you need 2 people's consent for a marriage, and there's no way I'd ever agree to that. Really? Never? That's breaking my heart. Elizabeth poked out her tongue at both of you, giving you a sour look. She walked ahead, obviously not getting the response that she was looking for, and you and Cove swapped amused looks. The day continued on with plenty to see and experience. You passed a few different activities that you would have liked to try out if you had the time, such as kayaking and rock climbing, but Ma said that you would have to wait for another trip. What? Hold up. Hold up. You're not... You planned a trip to the park, like Redwood National Park, and you didn't schedule in time for kayaking and rock climbing? What did you schedule time for? Are you just walking the whole time? Kayaking and rock climbing are like the top reasons why you go to a park like this, you know? I loved rock climbing as a kid. Kayaking not so much because my arms got tired and I tended to spin in circles. But rock climbing I loved as a kid. There was a little stream during the walk you sat beside and set out a picnic for lunch, nibbling on a selection of fruit, sandwiches, and chips. Various birds flew by overhead, and you made a game out of guessing the species they were hanging out in the trees nearby. You even managed to get a couple of them right, including the kingfisher that grabbed half of Cliff's sandwich. Oh, I smiled at that because my best friend, her nickname on my phone is Kingfisher. She chose it. You were glad you got to do this in the end. It was definitely a special experience, one you'd remember for a long time to come. You smiled to yourself, committing the sights and sounds to memory. Your group made it back to camp just as the sun was setting in the sky, and the stars were appearing one by one. Everyone had enjoyed different parts of it most. You traded stories of what you thought while you were eating dinner, and then afterwards you pitched in to help clean up. You, along with Elizabeth and Cove, got to head back to the RV early and spend some time together while parents stayed outside a little longer. It was nice to have the space to yourselves after the cramped journey there, and while Elizabeth had locked herself in the back room with her headphones, you and Cove were left in the main lounge area. You hung out with Cove. Well, let's take a load off. We've got some time. He's standing a little close, isn't he? You took a seat on the sofa while Cove sat down on the other end, tapping his fingers against his knees. You know, I hardly ever see you wearing a jacket, especially in the summer.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I like wearing as few layers as possible. It's easier that way. I'd rather be cold than extra hot, and it's a pain to carry extra clothes around. My parents made me bring this jacket. What do you guys do? Because for me, I'm always cold, so I always have a jacket unless it's like right now, or it's like a heat wave. In which case, no. Though, I will say I've gotten cold a couple times during this heat wave. Listen, like I said, I'm always cold. You know how the Hulk is always angry? Yeah, that, okay? You love the cold? I don't love it, I don't hate it, I just get cold. Yeah, no, the heat wave is hard. Okay. I love wearing layers. There's something about a lot of layers that makes me feel all snug and comfortable. Just as she said that, I was like, do I have my cardigan here? No, I do not, because it's hot. So why would I bring my cardigan? Cove smiled lightly at you and nodded. I've noticed. Why is he looking at me like that? Why did you say it while looking at me like that? You're 13, Cove. What the hell? Change the subject. That conversation had run its course. Instead, you asked Cove about what else he would have liked to do in the park if he had more time here. The two of you ended up chatting about various outdoor activities available. Kayaking, rock climbing, hiking, horseback riding. We didn't go horseback riding! That was an option? If I knew that was an option, I would have gone. Did our moms not even ask us what we wanted to do? No input whatsoever? Really? None? Hurt, harmed, injured, truly. There were so many things to potentially choose from. You made an agreement that if one of you ever had the chance to come back, you'd bring the other two. That way you could try it all over again. The parents had all arrived soon after, each of them climbing into the RV and finding some place to sit down and rest their legs. Elizabeth, having heard the commotion, came out of the room for the first time since arriving and joined you all. You spent the evening chatting and playing a few games, enjoying the last evening of the trip together. Bedtime arrived within the blink of an eye. As the group hunkered down for the night, your mom did a final round to be sure nothing had been left behind. She explained that Cliff was going to start driving early in the morning, like on the first day, but would be letting everyone else in the group sleep. There wouldn't be a need for all of them to get up. Now was the time to check you hadn't left anything outside. You, as well as everyone else, were confident that you had it all packed up inside the RV, which meant it was time to get some rest before the journey home tomorrow. Your moms and Elizabeth said goodnight, heading to the back room, while you climbed up to the loft. Cove and his family got situated below in the previous set arrangement. You tried to get as comfortable as a million thoughts were running through your mind. Okay. It was hard to believe that the trip was practically over, and before you knew it, you'd be back in your own bed at home. You enjoyed this mini adventure. It was short, that was sure. That was for sure. But you got to see and do so much during your time here. All in all, it was a nice break away from home. The minutes ticked by silently. It didn't take long for the soft snores of Cliff and Kyra to drift up to you. They were asleep now. You wondered if Cove was still awake and decided to poke your head out from the loft to find out. You blinked through the dark. Looking down the hall, you noticed Cove laying on his back, his eyes staring straight up at the ceiling, and his seafoam hair was spread out on his sleeping bag. He must have felt you watching him, because suddenly his eyes locked on yours. It was difficult to see much in this dim light, but you could make out the crooked smile on his face well enough. You grinned back at him. Cove shrugged in his bed while still smiling, or at least you thought he did. You then decided to have fun quietly. You buried yourself under the blanket and pulled out your camera as silently as possible. While hidden away in your own little spot, you spent you're not sure how long, getting extra time to enjoy yourself. But at some point, your eyes grew heavy and you gently drifted off into a deep sleep. When you woke up the next morning, it was to the rumble of the RV as it traveled the long journey home. Still blinking sleepily, you peeked over the edge of the loft to get a glimpse at what was happening. Cove was sitting with his mom on the couch, the two of them talking quietly. He must have noticed you moving around up there because Cove's ocean blue eyes snapped to yours and he gave you a smile. Ah, so attentive. Morning! Good morning. Soon your moms and Elizabeth emerged from their room, dressed and ready for the day of travel. You spent most of the day hanging out together in the RV, savoring the last few hours of vacation. Kyra suggested a few different travel games she used to play with Cove when he was younger, and you all had a great time competing against each other. When the RV finally pulled onto your street, it was well into the night, and you were looking forward to crawling into your own bed after the last few days away. Like, what, 3 days and 2 of them were in the car? Everyone else must have been feeling the same because it was mutually agreed that unpacking and cleaning the RV would wait until morning. Once home again, you went straight up to your room and dropped on your bed, shoes and all. Happy to be in your own bed. You stretched yourself out with a smile on your face, enjoying having the space all to yourself. With those last few thoughts drifting through your mind, it wasn't long before you drifted off to sleep. Tomorrow, life would go on like normal. Okay, then we have the mall. Lee's visit today turned out to be more involved than you expected. After overhearing where the Holden family was going, Lee insisted on seeing Mr. Holden's shop firsthand. An hour later, and Lee was busy looking at every item on display. Because Cove's dad offered supplies, lessons, and tours, his shop had all the scuba-related stuff you could imagine. Fins, masks, suits, and snorkels. After circling around the shop, you finally stopped and looked at the whole room. It wasn't that often you got to hang out in the shop. You preferred it that way. It meant there was always something new to look at, even if it was just a layout change. Good spirits, this was a pleasant surprise. Visiting the shop made for a fun afternoon. Just the other day, Cove was telling you about the new wetsuits, and now you got to check them out. Lee was still busy poking through various wetsuits displayed, so you decided to see what Derek and Cove were doing. They were too absorbed in their conversation to notice you standing near them, leaning against the counter. You were able to pick up the topic quickly. What are you talking about?
Anyway.
My dad told me the new stuff is selling like crazy. Oh, that's nothing fun. I thought it was gonna be gossip. Yeah, the material with this new blend has this new blend with less neoprene. My dad says people are really interested in it. It brought a smile to your face hearing that the shop was doing well. Decided to keep listening. It was interesting just to watch them speak about what they knew. But really, there's just so much to think about with a business. It's crazy. No matter how much I come, I still don't think I get it. Cove hummed and nodded in agreement, causing a good-humored laugh from Derek. I thought you only liked the scuba diving part, not the job part. That's just the best part. I think about other things too. Cool, the business side, running it, that's my favorite. Out of the corner of your eye, you caught movement, and you realized Lee was now standing next to you. When your dads retire, do you guys think you're gonna carry on the store? Both sons shrugged in unison.
Well...
The puppy wants to join us. The puppy! Hi, puppy. Yes, go to bed. Go to bed. Okay, fine. Okay, do what you want, Stash. There are tons of things I could do. My dad thinks so too. He doesn't want me planning on working here forever. Cove's gaze fell to the floor. You could see the conflict flashing across his face. I don't know. It's a lot being the real boss of something and totally in charge. This last one. No matter what you both do, shop or no shop, you'll be amazing. Derek smiled in equal parts happiness and bashfulness. He bounced on his feet a little bit. Thanks, I'm happy you believe in us. Me too. Even if I didn't, I tell you I would. I'm always very much like, hey, I believe in you. You can do it. And now, listen, I haven't come across a situation where I did not believe in a person. At least, like, believe that they could get through something. But, yeah. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. I have a puppy problem. 1 moment. Excuse me, Ash. Oh, is it raining? Oh, it is raining. Okay. That was like the noise of popcorn. It's not popcorn, it's rain on the window. I hear the craziest things sometimes. But it's because I'm in New York and also because I'm not always paying attention. I want a candle lit, so... Light, candle light! For the wax falls on me, please. Thank you. Don't mind me talking to candles. Cove's parents left the back office and came over, catching your attention. Sorry, kids. It looks like it's gonna be a long one. I know usually others hold the fort down, but I really need to stay here today. I know you wanted just a little visit. It'd be boring getting stuck all day because of me, so Kyra can take my car and go back to the neighborhood. Cove and Derek gave him an understanding look. Mr. Holden crossed his arms and flashed you all a big smile, trying to lift the mood. The one condition is that someone has to remember to come back for me later. You don't get to strand me here, no matter how funny you think that might be. Kyra laughed and gave a thumbs up. Mr. Holden seemed satisfied with that. He moved on with the explanation. Derek, your dad also has his hands full today, so he doesn't have time to run you back home.
Okay.
That's alright, sir. The little sir got an awkward chuckle at a cliff, which was cut short when Kyra elbowed him teasingly.
What do you think?
You already said I could borrow your car. Why don't I take all the kids somewhere fun for the afternoon? That's fine with me. Just please come back eventually, sometime today, Kyra. After multiple jokes about being left with no ride, you had to wonder if that actually happened in their past together. For you, my good sir, I swear, cross my heart. Happy with a promise, Cliff took out his black wallet and offered a $50 bill to Kyra. Here, in case you need gas or anything else while you're out. Uh-huh. Kyra smiled knowingly and accepted the bill without hesitation. Yeah, that works.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cove's dad stuck the wallet into his back pocket, while he waved with his free hand. Okay, time for me to jump back into work. Have fun for me. Bye, Dad. Bye. Bye, sir. Bye, Mr. Holden. Goodbye, sirs and madams. He left the room with a wink and a flare, disappearing into the employees-only area of the shop. When Mr. Holden was out of sight, Kyra silently strode over to the counter and carefully placed the $50 bill there. She turned back around and beamed a large smile at you and the others. Come on, gang. Let's see if this town has a mall.
Yeah!
Unable to contain her excitement, Lee actually jumped with joy, while Cove and Derek just grinned. There wasn't a mall in your hometown, but Mr. Holden's store wasn't in Sunset Bird. It might be impossible to find a mall out here. Oh, it might be possible to find a mall out here. Okay, heck yeah. Let's go! She quickly herded the group out of the store and into the car. As the driver, I get to choose my partner in crime. Naturally, I bestow the position of shotgun to my baby. Her comment had both Derek and Lee snickering. Cove was for sure embarrassed over the phrasing and blatant favoritism, but he took the seat by his mom without complaint. You were fine with that. You got shotgun in your own car a lot and made sense that he got priority here. I'll take the middle seat. Really? Yeah, I don't want a window seat. You two can have him. Are you cool with that? You thought it odd that anyone would give up a window seat, but you knew Derek tried to be especially polite when he was a guest. You nodded.
Fantastic.
Good, sounds like we're all in agreement. Everyone squeezed in the car, buckling in, and Kyra turned the radio on. She set it to a top 40s pop station. You were into it. Quickly, you recognized the song playing. It was a new one by an artist you were listening to a lot recently. I've been listening to a lot of Gracie Abrams. It wasn't long until your group realized that they were lost, but after driving in enough circles, Kyra's struggle paid off when she found a local mall. There were more cheers from Lee as Kyra pulled into a parking spot. Once your group had made it inside, the first order of business on this trip was checking out what this mall actually had. Where should we go? Ooh, I think I see a makeup store up ahead. She rolled on her tiptoes to get a better view. Meanwhile, Derek was eyeing the directory. There's a chocolate shop. Seriously, we have to go there. Yes, and wait, we need to find a decent jewelry shop. I need new hair ties and barrettes.
Nice.
We've also got to at least look for a game store. There's tons of things you can get anywhere but a store that's just for video games. Hey, what are you thinking, Cove? I want to go look at the fish in the pet store. You could have guessed that much. Anywhere else? He smiled with some bashfulness. Can we all go camping to an outdoor supply shop? What about you? Bookstore! Immediately. Bookstore. And then a music shop. And then a chocolate store. And then a video game store. And then the pet store. And then clothing. Sure, why not? And then, yeah, makeup. And then accessory. And then food, obviously, that's important. And that's it. all of the options except for art and supplies. And well, no, let's go to the art and supplies. I'm not going camping though. That's certainly a list. Good thing we have all afternoon. Thank you. Yeah. I have to make my own stops I want to make. Let's try to regroup here at 7 p.m.
What?
You're not coming with us? We're all in the same building. You won't be as alone as you think. I'll only be a few minutes away at most. You're old enough to enjoy the mall without me hovering. Okay.
See you soon.
Be back here at 7. Toodaloo. Leaving Derek and Lee stunned by their newfound freedom, Kyra walked off. When she was almost out of sight, Derek's face twisted in confusion. Wow, she's gone. I can't believe she just did that. This is so cool. We get to do whatever we want. Okay, you were happy about it. Talk about an amazing opportunity. It really is exciting. With the decision already made, Derek tried to pull together his earlier enthusiasm for the trip.
So...
Where are we going first? Time's a-wasting. Whatever's closest. Things were coming together, but you realized there might be a flaw in today's sudden plans. What's wrong? Did everyone bring money with them?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I did. I always have some on me when I came all the way out here. Yeah, money too. Yeah, immediately you felt better about the situation. It would have been a downer to not be able to not even think about something at the mall because they didn't have money. I'm good. Now that everything was squared away, you explored the mall together as a group. There were many shops that you managed to venture into so far. You all even went into a bookstore, leaving you with a pep in your step. This was better than you'd thought, and there was still so much to see. After having hit many of the top priority stores, you found yourself passing by a small booth. It was decorated in wind chimes of various sizes. You raised a hand up to one of the smaller ones. What sparked your attention next was Cove. You thought for sure he was going to stop at the booth by the way he looked at it, but he kept going. Do you want one? It wasn't until Lee asked that you realized you had stopped in front of the booth without saying anything. Lee just continued to encourage you. You should get one. I'm just looking. It's nice to check stuff out. Lee hummed in agreement and stared past the booth. Following her gaze, you saw that the boys were wandering too far ahead. Let's go. After leaving another clothing store, one that Lee couldn't resist exploring, you and your friends found yourselves locking down the main hall of the mall again. It wasn't long until everyone you were with had their eye on the smoothie kiosk ahead. Should we stop? Yeah. As you approached, your eye was drawn to the dizzying list of smoothie combinations. A part of you wondered how long it would take to try them all. Hi there, do you need a rundown of how this works? Yes, please. Okay, so first off, you pick up to 3 options of fruit or berries. Then I'll add the ice and the store's special smoothie base mix, and then you'll have your very own smoothie for $4. There's only one size. Okay. I don't really like have that many smoothies. I have more milkshakes than I have smoothies. And coffee. I'm a coffee type of person. Cause I need the dopamine. For several moments he intently studied the plentiful fruit and berry options. I want to get a strawberry banana smoothie with coconut too. Sounds good. Anyone else getting something? Can I get one that's just all mango? Of course.
Thanks.
I'd like strawberries, blueberries, and raspberries for mine. Thanks. Okay. Oh, no. That was a mistake. That was a mistake. That was a mistake. There we go. I want one. Could I get... What are we getting? Oh, you know, Derek sounded really good. Strawberry. Mango. What would go well with strawberry and mango? Banana. Yeah. And that's everything. At that, everyone went ahead and paid for their individual drinks. You waited over at the other side of the booth where the drinks were put when they were done. Derek bounced on his feet, excited for his to be ready.
Aww.
This is gonna be good. Lee chimed in with her own enthusiasm. Everybody says their smoothie-based stuff can make any drink great. Cove, while quieter, looked just as eager for his smoothie. Luckily, there hadn't been anyone else before you, so it wasn't a long wait. Your group collected the fresh drinks as they were placed on the counter. Straws were placed through the opening at the top of the cup, and the first tentative sips were had. Derek sighed in satisfaction after his taste. Mango is too delicious. Oh, it was Cove who had the strawberry coconut and something. Mine is super good too. Cove nodded and hummed in agreement. His straw was still in his mouth. No, let's say we were happy. Let's be happy about it. This is perfect. Cool. We all made excellent choices today. Yeah. Yeah, just steal. You wanna steal? Shall we steal a sip of smoothie? I kind of want to try Cove's. Cove, can I have a drink of yours? Not for 1 second since getting it had his lips been apart from the straw, but he did seem to be considering your request. And jokingly begged him. I beg you, Cove. Please, give me a taste of your smoothie. I need it. Cove smiled softly, and finally he offered the cup to you. You held the cup in both hands and took a sip. Thanks. It was kind of a sacrifice, you know. This is really good. Dear Jesus, I'm so sorry for the sacrifice that you made, Cove. Cove's smile seemed to grow bigger. His teasing tone made you grin. It is. Just wanna. Okay. You were satisfied with that. As your group continued to wander the mall, you came to an area in the path that was wider. In the center of the opening was a collection of quarter-operated ride-on machines. Derek stopped as soon as he saw them, smiling ear to ear. I want to ride. I think we might be too big. No way, we're not that old yet. I feel like at 13, like, you're probably too big. He eagerly headed over to the machines, wanting to get a better look. Lee went along with it, smiling. You didn't care one way or another. Whether we're too big or not, it can't hurt to check it out. Reconvening around Derek, you watched as he focused on the various brightly colored rides. Most were designed to look like real vehicles, but there were also some horse-shaped ones. One of them could even seat 2 people. I call the helicopter. Why? It's the coolest, and I think it'll move the most. He started digging in his pockets, pulling out whatever money he had left. Wait, is everything okay? I need 4 quarters, right? Yeah. I only have 2! Oh, there has to be more between all of us. Hold on. Oh, wait. I don't know what noise that was. I don't think you guys heard it. But, oh, it was the camera. Pockets, wallets, and purses were checked over. Cove still had 2. Oh no, Derek still had 2. Cove only had 1. Lee ended up with the most at 3. You didn't have any. Okay, you can have mine. Thanks, but you don't have to. It's not enough for me. And even if it was, it'll be dumb to ride while you had to watch. Cove shrugged. He had tried and failed and looked unsure of what to do next. Why don't we all get on one ride? Could that work? Cove shook his head. It'll be fine. I gotta figure it out. Lee walked up to the car and studied it for a moment. She went all the way around it before she headed back to your group with a big smile. Okay, Derek and Cove, get in the car. You'll use the real seats. This sounds like we're gonna be in trouble. They both stared at her, unsure. Ultimately, what they... Hold up. Okay, we're fine. It's safe. We're cool. We can climb up on the back part of the car. We'll be right behind the seats. It'll work. That's dangerous. But okay. This had been your suggestion originally, so you went on with the agreement. We're gonna get hurt. Once you and Lee got yourselves situated, everyone passed their quarter contributions to Derek. He leaned forward and slipped the quarters in the machine slots. Jerkily, it moved. There was a chorus of nervous chuckles and giggles as everyone lurched backwards. Lee bent more forward so that she could have a hand on the back of the boys' seats to keep steady. Nah, it's fine. Your enjoyment spilled over into deep laughter. Hi, Lubna! How are you? Your enjoyment spilled over into deep laughter. This was turning out to be more fun than you expected. We're gonna break it. Don't jinx it. I want to get off. Cove looked uncomfortable with the whole experience. Both hands gripped his side of the car. We'll live. Hang in there, Cove. Yeah. Cove didn't say anything more. Aww. He held the edge of the car tighter as it went up and down and side to side. It wasn't long before Derek's fear of breaking the car was pushed aside. A large smile replaced the concern that had been on his face. Woo, look at us go! Yay! With every buckle of the machine, you kept nearly falling over and bumping into Lee, who laughed every time. You smiled right along with her as you fought to remain upright. You all did the best you could to keep it together during the remainder of the ride, and luckily, the car had come to an end without breaking. Then you noticed something out of the corner of your eye. You tilted your head to look directly at it and burst into laughter. What's funny? You turned back to the group and nodded in the direction of where you were looking. Isn't that one of those machines that take dollars and gives quarters back? The kind that exists for people who don't have quarters on hand? Everyone's heads moved that way and saw that you were right. Derek chuckled awkwardly. That's exactly what that is. We're kinda dumb. We have to miss that this whole time. Come on, let's just put this behind us. There are still places open. We hadn't been everywhere yet. Hey, and you know what? It's always fun to experience things together than apart. Here, here. You moved along from one stop towards your next, still jovial from the experience. Shortly into your walk, Lee ran over to a nearby trash can and tossed her smoothie cup. Derek went away after her and threw his cup away too. You followed suit and got rid of your empty cup too. Cove was the last to throw his cup away. He took one final sip, making sure he got every last drop. The clock inched closer to 7 p.m. as you all made your way back to the directory. It was hard to believe how fast the day went by.
So...
Where do you think your mom ended up today? We didn't see her anywhere. I don't know, she's just like that. Ooh, it's a mystery. Despite having vanished for the entire trip so far, when 7 p.m. hit, you spotted Kyra coming right over, waving cheerily. As soon as she was close enough, she pinched Cove's cheek.
Hey, yeah.
Hey, baby and friends. Hi, Mom. He pushed her hand back with one hand and rubbed his cheek with the other. Did you have a good day, gang? Yeah, today was awesome. We did so much. It was fun. Yes. There's no hiding your joy. Like the others, you were smiling ear to ear because today went so much better than you expected. I'm glad we came here. I want to hear all about it during the ride back. She clapped their hands together once, making sure he had everyone's undivided attention. Speaking of that, we better head out. Cliff must be missing us, and you've got to be starving. It's dinner time, and you haven't eaten yet. Yeah. Everyone followed her lead and started walking out to the door to the parking lot. Something about what Kyra said felt off to you. There were tons of places to eat. It's a mall. You could have had dinner. You wondered if it was just a good guess, but you could feel your eyebrows raise when it dawned on you. She might have been keeping an eye on you after all. Of course she was! You're kids! It's actually pretty slick. If she hadn't made that comment, you never would have known. You found it hard not to be impressed. Not once could you even recall catching a glimpse of her hanging around. Though now that you think about it, not seeing her ever was suspicious in of itself. Yeah. Shaking off these thoughts, you caught up with the others. Keeping the same seating arrangement as earlier, you all piled into the car and started heading back to the store. The drive went by without any problems as it was filled with chatter about the various things everyone saw around the mall. Soon enough, you arrived at your destination. It was a much faster trip, considering this time Kyra knew where she was going. Hearing the light jingle from the bells of the front door being opened, Cliff poked his head out from the back. He lit up at seeing who was here. Hey, sport, did everyone have an adventure? Hi, Dad. We had a blast! Yes! We found the mall. The mall? Wish I could have joined. He deflated in an exaggerated way. His shoulders swooped. Kyra put a hand on his arm and smiled. There'll be other times. Are you set here? Almost. Mr. Holden sighed for real, and then pulled himself together, standing up straight. I need a little more time to finish up. Will you be alright killing time for a bit longer? It's okay. Yes, sir. No problem, Mr. Holden.
Sure.
We can all have fun here. Excellent. What a great group of kids. He gave an approving thumbs up and Kyra nodded along. I'll give you a hand. I remember the ropes. Why, thank you. When I'm reading all of this, it's so important to have, like, water on hand. They walked side by side to the back room. Before he was out of sight, Cliff stopped and looked over his shoulder. If you leave the shop, don't go far. It's getting late. And then the parents were gone again. Let's go to the docks. They're right down the way. Yeah. Oh, I saw those on the way here and really wanted to check it out. Are you coming? Alright. With a smile, Cove showed the way. Between the warm summer air and the smell of the ocean, you couldn't ask for a better night. Me too. Right? I'm happy we did this. Today was great. Cove, your mom and dad are really cool. Really? Totally. Cove looked at Lee oddly. He ran a hand through his hair and then his puzzled expression cracked with a chuckle. I guess sometimes they are. You continued walking. Every so often you would look up at the sky and see several stars poking out between the clouds. At one point, you noticed that Cove stopped while Lee and Derek kept going on ahead, busily chatting. I said that weird. Initially, you wondered if something was wrong, but you quickly noticed that he still looked to be in good spirits. You decided to hang back with Cove. He gave you a quick, acknowledging look when you stopped at his side. You could taste the sea salt as you took a deep breath of ocean air. Silently, you and Cove watched the ocean for a little while. There was something about the waves that you always found soothing. You couldn't think of a better way to end a busy day. Not much time later, Derek's chipper voice caught your attention. You and Cove both turned your gaze down the pier. What are you doing there, Slowpokes? Get over here. Hey, come on! You looked at Cove the same time he looked at you. You grinned and nodded your head in the direction of your friends. He gave you a small smile in return. Your footsteps echoed against the wooden planks of the dock and into the night as you ran to catch up. Aw, that's nice. Birthday! Whose birthday is it? It was a pleasant afternoon. The sun shone brightly and the breeze tugged lightly at the balloons strung around the park. You and Cove had just been dropped off at Miranda Eckert's birthday party. Who the hell? I curse all the time. I don't know why. I decided not to curse that time, but who the hell is Miranda Eckert? You didn't really know Miranda, then what the hell are we doing at our party? Last year was the first time you had a class with her and everyone at school knew her as quiet. The shy girl stuck to her own friend group like glue. It had been a surprise that she was having such a big party. You looked around the expensive park. Expansive! Not expensive. It's like, yeah, Miranda's parents just bought her a whole ass park. You looked around the expansive park, a spacious recreation center in the next town over, and noticed a bouncy castle. Oh! Miranda had a bit of a reputation for not caring if she acted mature like the other teams sometimes did. It made a certain amount of sense that her party would match that. I wanted to get her know her better. I don't know her, so, you know. Maybe at this party you'd have the chance to make friends with her. You were excited at the thought. You hadn't had a choice in coming here today. Oh. Okay. Your moms insisted on it after you got the invitation, as did Cove's mom and dad. So both of you and he were driven over to the next town with presents in tow. All of the parents had been pretty firm about going to a birthday if you'd been invited. You wondered if it was an adult thing. You didn't get why it seemed like such a straightforward conclusion to them. Cove made a small noise which caught your attention. He looked around, scanning the area. He fidgeted with his gift in hand. Any idea what we're supposed to do with these? You looked at your own present, then towards the seating area. There was a table filled with snacks and drinks, supplies for various party games. Past all that, you spotted one table in the back that seemed to have a truckload of gifts. You pointed it out to Cove. I see presents, let's go! Cove nodded with a smile and turned to wherever you gestured. He saw it too. Cool. You and Cove began to walk over to the present table, flattening the well-trimmed grass beneath your feet. You walked past groups of people, classmates in semicircles broken up into the usual friend groups, chatted away. You, or maybe Cove, received the occasional greeting or friendly nod. However, as you passed by even more people you had never seen before, you became aware that there were more strangers here than not. It was more crowded than you expected. Miranda Eckert, the quiet girl, was hosting the most populated birthday party you had been to in a long time. You looked at the new faces and thought you saw something of Miranda in them. Cousins, nieces, or nephews, maybe? Parties could be a big deal in her family. The both of you reached the table. You set your gift down in an empty space, brushing some of the confetti aside, and Cove placed his gently next to it. He looked at the present thoughtfully. Hey. What did you get her? Before you had a chance to answer, Cove opened his mouth again and tapped his gift. I found the sparkly backpack. I figured she could use it for school or a trip or something. Your mouse had taken you out shopping the other day. You'd searched through the store and ultimately... Adventure book. You remembered the story as something funny but interesting. It had nice characters, low stakes, and a witty author who made the occasional aside about the various shenanigans the adventurers got into. You hoped it was up Miranda's alley. You described it to Cove briefly and he had no objections. Not a bad idea. He brushed his hands against the side of his pants. I really hope Miranda likes her gifts. I think we both did good. With that, he gave you a sunny grin. You touched the gift one more time and then he stepped away. Without the direction of needing to put stuff away, the two of you weren't sure what to do next. You felt a little awkward and Cove shrunk in on himself as he looked around. There were more guests heading to the present table, so you turned away and wandered to a nearby tree where you wouldn't be in the way. From there, you both inspected the area and planned the next step. You were glad that Cove had been invited too. At least you had his company in this unfamiliar place. You watched him, and he gave a nervous grin. It reassured you a little, and you smiled back. What next? Cove did not appreciate being put on the spot. He was just as unsure as you were. Birthday party stuff? It didn't seem to be the time for cake. Well, not what with people arriving. Nothing else seemed to be organizing it either. He noticed that himself, and tried again. We could find Miranda. That was an idea. It made sense to greet the birthday girl. Yes. Okay, we could say hello, wish her happy birthday, ask her what she wants people to do. Sounds good. With that point, it was decided. The Miranda hunt had begun. You wandered around. Anytime you saw someone with Miranda's hair or... hair color as you got a little closer, but more than once it turned out to not actually be her. Hey, look! Finally, he pointed over to the real Miranda. She smiled slightly when you both approached, but ducked her head. She seemed to be a little overwhelmed with being the center of attention today. Hi, Cove! Hi, happy birthday! Happy birthday! Thanks, I'm really glad you could come. You all stood awkwardly. Miranda did seem genuinely happy, but there was still a little distance between you. This is a great-looking party. Thank you. Is there something we need to do, or should we just hang out? Oh, well, you can talk to people if you want. There are games that are going to start soon. Then the bounce house should be open later, if you feel like jumping. And then after that, it's cakes and present time. We'll have ice cream, too. After that is when people will start going home. I hope that's okay with you guys. Cove nodded. He seemed a little more confident about the situation now. That's a plan. Thanks. You gave Miranda a thumbs up, and she smiled in return. She seemed slightly less uncomfortable. Miranda waited there and you became hyper-aware of the silence forming. You heard a shout for Randy and Miranda brightened up, a total 180 from how stiff she had been with you.
I gotta talk to some more people. Bye.
Okay. The birthday girl ran off to her friend, leaving you and Cove with at least a little more of an idea of what to expect. You both glanced at each other wordlessly. You felt a little bit disappointed. It was going to be hard getting to know Miranda, with how in demand she was probably going to be today. Hopefully you would get to talk with her later. All that was left now was finding something to fill time until the activities began. Okay. 1 second. I'm just letting my friend know that I am streaming. What do we feel like doing? We could chat. We could just stick around with Cove. We could find a quiet spot to sit. Not gonna lie, I'm a bit like a Velcro puppy, you know? Like, if I'm at a party and I don't really know anybody, but I know one person, I kind of linger and a helicopter a little bit, and I know that's such a bad thing to do. It's a bad habit I have to break, because I have to be more outgoing, and blah, 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 blah. Okay, but listen, I get scared and intimidated, and I don't know what to do, so then I just kind of find a person, and I stick with them, and I try to be as entertaining as possible to that one person, and maybe that one person will introduce me to other people, and then I can be social with other people, as long as I have, like, you know, a recommendation or reference from the one person that I know at the party, if that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense. But anyway, you just talked with Cove. That's what I'm doing. I accidentally pressed the wrong button again. You started talking about how you felt about this kind of birthday party and what you wanted to do for your next party. Cove made the occasional suggestion. The conversation became silly as you started joking about ridiculous party ideas. Nice. Azules! Hi! How are we doing? Suddenly, a loud voice boomed over the crowd. The constant buzz of the conversation dropped as one of the adults, maybe Miranda's dad, asked the kids to gather round because it was game time. I wonder what's gonna happen. Scan the area to make a guess. You saw a picture of a donkey hung on a tree, so pin the tail on the donkey. A table with a lot of candy and even more balloons. I'm glad to hear you're doing okay. I'll do this. I guess we could be playing Pin the Tail on the Donkey. I doubt it. And what do you think that's about? He shook his head. I've never seen anybody play that in real life. I mean, you're not wrong. I don't think I've seen anyone play it in real life now that I think about it. I'm doing okay. I had a pretty good day, though I am a little bit tired. I went to archery today, which is really fun. I finally got an apartment, so I don't have to worry about moving. Yeah, all in all, doing pretty good. Yeah. And now we're trying to get Cove to fall in love with us, I guess. I don't know. Is Cove the only option in this game? Because I looked at the Steam and it seems like there were multiple options. Yeah, archery is really cool. It's one of my coolest hobbies. I'm not any good at it, but I think it's fun. I've never seen anybody play that in real life. The adult announced that the children under 10 had the first turn on the bounce house. For everyone else, it was time to play Pin the Tail on the Donkey. I told you so, Cove. I told you. You had called it. Yes, I did. Cove raised his eyebrows. He was surprised for sure. Hi, Capricorn son. How you doing today? You were excited. I've never played Pin the Tail on the Donkey. Maybe you could even win. You casually stepped up to join the line. Gifts, fun. Speaking of gifts, here we are at a birthday party. The donkey in question was a cartoony posters with big eyes that looked more like ping pong balls. It was positioned a few feet above the ground on a tree trunk. The teen who arrived first was blindfolded and then spun around. He was nudged to the side and away from the other kids so he wouldn't stick someone with a tail instead. Oh no! Unfortunately for him, he placed the tail on the donkey's head like some kind of bizarre earring. Oh, he wouldn't be winning that far from the target. That sucks. His next opponent did far better by landing it on the donkey's back. The spectators clapped politely, and the line moved up. More teens tried their hand at it. Some got closer than others, but no one had gotten it perfect yet. Soon, it was Cove's turn. He was blindfolded and spun like the others. At this point, it was a close match, and everyone was watching with bated breath. Cove approached the donkey and stuck the tail on without any hesitation. Cove stood back and removed his blindfold, cheering when he saw how close he was. He turned his head over his shoulder and grinned at you. Your turn. I wish we had... Or is that a challenge? Oh my god, I'm all for a challenge. You took your turn. With a blindfold on, the bright park became utterly dark. I don't know why that sentence for me was not it. You were spun around. The sounds around you seemed to get louder. At least you could tell the direction of the bounce house from the shrieks of the younger children. You stopped spinning, stepped forward, tail in hand. It was time to give it a stab. Alright, y'all, what are we picking? Do we want to put it directly in front of us? Do we want to place it to the right? Do we want to place it to the left? You reached and placed it up. You bent and placed it downward. What do we think? What do we think? Capricorn sun. Do we have opinions? Azulas, do we have opinions? Quinn, do we have opinions? What do we have? Bottom sounds whack. Get your mind out of the gutter. We're 13 years old. We can't just in front. Okay. Could do in front. Directly in front. Okay. Do we want to do directly in front? Okay. You... Okay, well now we have two options, so we're gonna have to flip a coin. Do I actually have a coin right now? I feel like I don't actually have a coin. So, we're just... I can get it. Here we go. Alright. No, you know what? I have a D20. We're gonna use a D20 to decide this. Okay? That's how we're making decisions. An odd number is in front, even number for bottom. We got an 11, which is an odd number, so we put it in front. You pressed the tail into the target and stepped back. You took off your blindfold and checked your results. There were a few oohs and ahs and some irregular clapping. As soon as you could clearly see again, you realized you missed the mark. Ah, Zula, sorry. By a lot. Oh, no. You got a glimpse of Cove as you handed back the blindfold. He was pleased, no doubt feeling good that his tail was closer. Shut up, Cove. As more kids took their turn, one girl managed to somehow pin the tail on the opposite side of the tree. Okay, you were pretty sure it had to be on purpose. With a line empty, the game was finally over. The adults running things started to inspect the donkey. At this point, the sign was more tails than donkey. In the end, someone you didn't know was announced as the winner. You and Cove both exchanged a look, even as you clapped politely. Huh. He sighed, looked back at the board. Aw, I was so close too. Aw, Cove, it's okay. It was a good game. Yeah. He watched the winner and considered whether to say anything to them. He hesitated, however, and ended up not approaching the teen. Okay. As the older teen walked up, tall enough to tower over you and Cove, you felt a little intimidated by the stern-faced teenager until she started to speak. Her voice was low, but friendlier than her tough frown would suggest. I'm handing out party favors. Do you want one? She showed you party hats. She insisted they were the key to a true partying mood. She had two options, either a colorful headband with two tiny party hats that arranged almost like ears, or a tiara with a star on it. They were both very festive. Headband. You knew the teen hadn't actually glared at him. Her default facial expression just seemed grim. I'll get the headband. Pink! The teenager handed you the hat with a surprising amount of gusto. Given her expression never changed, she gave you a serious thumbs up for taking it. Encourage Cove to pick one. Pick one. You held a pink headband hat in one hand and a crown in the other. You tried to imagine what they'd look like on Cove. You should really try it. It'd be great. Cove looked back at the hats and at you. With a sigh, he grabbed a hold of one. The teen with the hats clapped as much as she could with all the hats in her hands. The unknown teenager nodded approvingly at you both and went out to ask more hats to more people. Okay, bye, Capricorn-san. Enjoy. It really completes your look. When did you get so fashionable? He smirked and you just adjusted your new accessory. I'm a party animal now. Really? Of course. Cove nodded with a thoughtful look on his face. If the party spirit is contained in party hats, does that mean they're haunted? You snorted at the suggestion. You considered the hat on your head. It didn't seem haunted, but maybe that was what it wanted you to think. Cove finally put his own hat on. He was nervous about it, his face uncertain. I don't know about this. I feel kind of silly. Does it look weird? You look great. Oh, thanks. I love that. He readjusted his hat bashfully. After that, the people in charge quickly set up the next game. Teenagers were milled about until what? Oh, milled about until they were told to find other partners. You tried listening to the rules, straining your ears to listen to the adult announcing what you were supposed to do. I'm happy to still be your body double, Quinn. It was a simple game. One person in a pair would throw candy while the other had to catch it in their mouth. If they caught it, the pair would move on to the next round, where everyone would take a step back and their former catcher would become the thrower. The game would continue, the players getting further and further until one set of partners were the only ones left standing, or everyone lost in a round. About half of the guests had already found partners. They moved fast. You noticed Cove had his eyes on you. Could we be partners? Okay. Neither of you were all that familiar with anyone else here. It'd be the safe choice to pair up. Sure. Let's do it, partner. Cool. He beamed, and then you started wondering about your respective candy-catching capabilities. 2 rows of players facing each other formed. Cove tilted his head towards them, and you started to head over. You both lined up directly in front of each other. It took a while to pass the candy. You were handed a small bag of gummies that smelled strongly fruity. You noticed Cove took it upon himself to do the taste test of the red one across from you. They're not bad. What did it taste like? Raspberry or cherry? It's red, so... Strawberry? Maybe. Pomegranate? It was a mystery. Maybe you'd get a red one later. And then it was time to begin. Cove's row was set to throw first. He smiled nervously, his eyes wide with seriousness. You grinned widely, and he seemed to relax a little. The game was on. The adult in charge shouted for the throwers to go. You and Cove were only a couple feet away from each other. With Cove's careful toss, you caught the candy easily. Like you, most of the other players moved on to the next round. There were a few gaps in the rows as everyone took a step back. The round was harder with the pairs further apart, but not overtly so. It could be done if both partners tried. You did your best! You carefully plucked the gummy from the bag and felt the weight. You shifted it in your hand a couple times for practice and then told Cove you were ready. You went for an underhand throw. Careful to aim for Cove's mouth. The blue candy arced and landed perfectly in his mouth. Hi, nice. He chewed it twice, then smiled wildly. Oh, this is a fun game. I would miss, but you know. Like, I would both not be able to catch it and also not be able to throw it. You could tell Cove was genuinely pleased to make it through another round, and you were happy as well. The next round began, and you took another step back. Cove was even further away now, but he made an okay sign. He was in this to win this. Okay. Around you, once packed rows of players had thinned out some. You wondered how many rounds everyone had left in them. Cove swung his arms and made contact with you. Eye contact with you. You nodded, and the green candy flew towards you. You tried your best. We always have to try our best. And if we don't succeed, that's just how it is. And I'm pretty sure it's a Coldplay song. You followed the arc of your candy and opened your mouth wide. It had a slight spin on it, and you tilted your head to the left to compensate. You bit down on the candy, grinning widely with your victorious catch. It tasted sweet and vaguely like a Slurpee. Yeah! Cove was thrilled. He was entirely invested in the game at this point. You and Cove were still in the game. You knew this is the final round. There only a few other pairs were still left. Cove was determined to win. You could see it in the clench of his jaw, the way he watched you. You equally wanted to win. You had made it this far. It would be embarrassing if you didn't. It was time to go all the way. You looked around at your remaining competitors and prepared yourself. Cove gave you a firm grin, and you prepared to throw. Your fingers grabbed an orange gummy from the bag. It felt solid in your grasp, even if your hand was starting to get sticky from touching all the sugary sweets. Cove leaned his face towards you and bent his knees, ready to catch. He's taking this so seriously. I love it. You looked at the candy and then at Cove. You tried your best. Always try your best. The candy flew like a missile straight towards him. He positioned himself effortlessly for it. He caught the candy just like that. A wide grin spread on his face as he victoriously chomped down on the candy. We did it! Yes! Along with a cheer, he jumped up in excitement and pumped one arm. You look to your left, then to your right. You see the few remaining pairs walking away, commiserating over their losses. With some shock, you realized you and Cove were the only ones that made it that round. You won! Yay! You watched the moment Cove clicked into the same realization. His face brightened like sunshine, and he jogged over to close the distance between you. You stepped closer to meet him halfway. Yeah, no, we hug him. His eyes went big, and when you realized his eyes went big when he realized you were going in for a hug. He smiled and caught you, hugging you back tightly. You'd won this together. This is cute. He giddily stomped his feet in front of you as though he couldn't contain himself. That's so cute. That's so sweet. I love that. We did it. You adjusted the hat and had nearly fallen off through the event. We demolished the competition. The game runner strolled over and merrily gave you both a bunch more candy on top of letting you keep the gummy bags. It was quite the collection. With the candy toss over, you were going to need something else to do. You didn't have to wait long. You heard someone in the crowd shout that the bounce house was open for the older kids. You and Cove shared a look. Cove smiled and you knew he wanted in. You both ran over the bouncy castle and kicked your shoes off. You crawled into the inflated castle with a Cove hot on your heels. There were a couple teens inside already. You started to get a feel for bouncing. Cove hopped from the middle to the side and the back. Just after you had landed from a particularly high jump, someone else snuck in. It was the birthday girl herself. Oh, cool. Hi, Miranda. Hi, birthday girl. Miranda looked happy. She waved both her hands at you with a megawatt grin. I hope you're having fun. She hopped around with her hands in front of her like a kangaroo. It was surprisingly effective to clear the distance in the bounce house. She hopped around with it. Oh, okay. She then humped Do not clip that. She jumped high. Okay? She then jumped high, kicking both her legs out to the side and touched the tips of her toes with her fingers. Wow. I'm gonna drink some water. Okay. Miranda hadn't run out of tricks yet. She jumped a couple more times, gaining height, before doing a backflip and turning into a ball. She managed to land on her feet, but didn't stick the landing. She tumbled back and fell. Cove clapped, and Miranda inclined her head almost like a bow. She was back to jumping in no time. You're so good at this. She bounced close enough to the two of you to talk without shouting across the way. Cove's bouncing slowed to accommodate their conversation.
My family gets these every year, and we have a trampoline in the backyard.
Nice, okay. That's really cool. Miranda giggled a bit, and then her eyes sparkled. Hey, I can launch someone if you want. If I jump in front of you, then your bounce will go higher. Okay, launch me. Sure. Miranda leapt over to you, her excitement clear on her face. Cove watched with interest. She explained more clearly how this was supposed to work. You got ready to bounce on her cue. 3, 2, 1. The moment she came down, you jumped high. The force of her, just as she had said, helped launch you up. The air rushed past your face and you were coming back down. Your feet hit the bounce house hard enough to help launch Miranda up a little as well. She giggled some more, and the two of you took turns bouncing each other up. Cove clapped or offered suggestions, but it was becoming clear that he wanted a turn too. Miranda invited him to join and tried to synchronize your bounces to launch Cove up super high. The first time resulted into everyone crashing down into a pile of laughs. Aw. By the fifth attempt, Cove managed to catch some serious airtime. You all had fun bouncing around. You twirled. Miranda did stunts. Cove futilely tried to touch the highest tip in the castle ceiling. You and Cove chatted to Miranda more than you ever had at school. She truly was the queen of this bouncy castle. Whenever someone did something cool, everyone would cheer. If you fell, the others would help you up. That's nice. Eventually, more people wanted to take turns in the bounce house, so you and Cove left. As you slipped on your shoes, you saw Miranda get drawn into a conversation with a group of adults. She would be talking to them for a while. You and Cove decided to take a break and hydrate. You went to the... Everyone hydrate. You went to the party table and grabbed some ice water. Cove handed you a party noisemaker he'd picked up from the same table. He blew on his and it made a funny sound when it unrolled. Cove downed his drinks in a couple of gulps. He had gotten pretty into bouncing after all. You're still sipping on your water when Cove blew on his noisemaker again. Then again, and again. It was almost a tune. You don't recognize any particular melody, but the noisemaker also isn't an instrument. I know. Do you imagine you're just drinking your water and then it's like... Feet, 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 feet. Okay. The noise cut through the hum of the other party guests, loud and noticeable. Nah, you know what? We blow it back. You blew hard enough to unfurl the paper completely straight and jutted towards Cove, almost tapping his chin. He wasn't gonna let that stand. He retaliated and blew his back at you. It nearly touched your nose. It was a game now. Both of you tried to land a hit on the other. Cove managed to get your chin while you scored right in between his eyes.
Oh, great. You people again.
No, not frickin' coconut head. Okay, I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna... Na 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 na. I'm gonna start a fight. We're all gonna get in a fight because, dude, I swear to God, someone vaguely familiar shouted and you snapped your head to the side. Cove's noisemaker dropped from his mouth. Let's go. The speaker stepped up and there was no doubt it was Jeremy, that mean boy you met at the start of summer. No! 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 You instantly got angry. It was an emotion that could only be labeled as Jeremy-induced rage, and you suddenly had an excess of it. Why are you here? Cove's tone was defensive. You watched Jeremy's face turn slack as if Cove's question was the idiocy above all idiocy. Yeah, Quinn, that's, I mean, look at this. What am I supposed to do with this? We're gonna have him again, okay? Didn't I already explain this? No, you didn't. You didn't explain this, Jeremy. In fact, I'm pretty sure what happened before was I was about to hit you, and would you like me to finish that conversation? Because I will. Do you have memory loss or are you really that stupid? Seriously. I didn't walk here. My parents brought me. Apparently, I couldn't just stay inside like I wanted. No, they insisted I get out and enjoy the day and have fun on vacation, blah, 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 blah. Oh my god, enjoy the day and have fun on vacation like some people would say scrub the entire bathroom or listen to an off-key singer for 10 hours. Yikes, 10 hours is a long time. They found a park because I hate the beach. Too bad, I also hate parks! Ah, it's dirty here and they don't know anything. Oh, and they saw this stupid party and they decided to bother some adults by asking what was going on. They think maybe we could be included. It's moronic. You're what, like 9 years old? How do you know the word moronic? Get it now? That's how my parents are. Annoying and embarrassing. Why would anyone want strangers at their birthday? Why can't they ever just leave things alone? Yeah, why can't you just leave me alone, Jeremy? He huffed loudly and his eyes shot daggers like at some grown-ups that were presumably his parents. And all you can do is complain about it. Sucks to be you. Shut up. No. No, never. Thank you. Jeremy's eyes slipped away from you to take in the rest of the park for a bit. It was a little awkward. It was possible that he didn't know what to do, but then he spoke again.
So dumb.
How can people go around in these embarrassing party hats? Do they think it's fun or something? How could a person be so dumb? It's just kind of nice to do party stuff. Jeremy scoffed, unimpressed. The expression on his face was nasty as he spoke. I'm not surprised an empty-headed person like you would think that. I just came back from archery, you know? And that means that I, got all my anger out. And it took 5 seconds of interacting with you, Jeremy, before I started getting all pissed off again, okay? Like... Cove's face hardened. He seemed more offended than when anyone actually insulted him personally. You chucked a drink at him? That's an option? I'm gonna do it. She isn't doing anything wrong. You are. Cove! Thank you. Jeremy seemed unfazed by Cove's defense and sniffed. She can humiliate herself on her own. She doesn't need you to step in and do it for her. Am I about to murder a child? Is that what's gonna happen? You know? Is that what's gonna happen? Do we pour our drink, push him, or punch him? Those are the 3 options I'm giving. Which one? We have to choose. Okay. We gotta choose. We gotta... Punch? Do we want to punch him? I mean, we did almost punch him before. So... Yeah, punch? Okay, punch it is. Fuck you, Jeremy. You landed a solid punch to his nose. He shrieked and backed away, clutching his face. He glared furiously at you. You really are crazy! Yeah, you know what? You're a dick. Oh my god. I'm gonna find your parents and tell them what's going on. People were starting to watch what was going down. Your argument wasn't exactly quiet at this point. Why don't you leave us alone if we're so awful? Jeremy glared even more and huffed.
Dumbasses.
Talking to you is pointless. Dumbasses. He stalked off like the last time he saw him, muttering under his breath. I'm sorry. You know what? Do we want to go back? I'll go back and I'll do it. I'll go back and I'll do it. You really are crazy. Okay. Yeah, and you're a dick. We'll rewind just for the satisfaction. People were starting to watch what's going on here. Okay, so this is the same. This is the same thing. It's the same thing. Same thing happens. He stalked off like the last time he saw him, muttering under his breath. Cove sighed in relief and Jeremy was gone. He relaxed, but only for a moment. He noticed just how much attention you'd drawn from the other guests. Luckily, it hadn't been long enough to get a real crowd. A concerned adult in a blue button-up shirt approached you and asked who that was and if everyone was alright.
Okay.
I'm fine. Cove looked at you cautiously, asking just as much as the adult if you were okay. It's cool. Not what I would call fun, but I'll live. Concerned adult lingered for a few seconds but nodded and left you alone. The Jeremy fiasco was officially over. Okay. Cove rubbed his eyes, clearly ready to put all that nonsense behind him. Then he started laughing. It was a surprised laugh breaking out of his chest without any actual joy. Okay, it was nervous and disbelieving and all the complex emotions brought about by one meeting with Jeremy. I can't believe it. You spoke it. I can't believe you actually punched him! He deserved it! You can't just say things like that and get away with it! Cove nodded to himself and then continued speaking, and you guys wouldn't let me punch him last time! So I punched him this time! I mean, I wouldn't want someone to do it to me, but it's not like I can blame you. He was treating us so bad for no reason. I'm pretty sure he'll be okay. I bet it won't even change anything for him. Cove paused and shyly twisted his fingers together. Then in a quieter voice he spoke. And if you're bad for doing it, I'm bad too, because I kind of liked watching you do it. That, under a different context, would, like, if, you know, if he was older, like, way older, like 10 years older than he is now, if I read that, instantly in love. Thank you very much. I can't actually punch someone in real life, though. I'm too soft and squishy. That is partially why I wore a sundress today, you know, because I was really annoyed at circumstances. So I went to archery and I made myself wear a sundress and be really nice to people, because I find that if I'm just really nice to people and I make myself dress like in a sundress, I humble myself enough to not be that mad anymore. Because I am soft and squishy and I am easily killed. But only because he deserved it. I wouldn't want that to happen to someone out of nowhere or anything. You felt flattered. Do you want to tell your moms about Jeremy? Are you gonna say what you did back at him? They'd probably be nice about it and maybe they'd know how to handle it. They'd probably tell me that I shouldn't have done that. I'm not gonna tell them anything if you don't. Thanks for asking. No, let's keep this between us. Let's not. I don't think it'll help. Okay. You decided to drop the topic. Finally, you bent over to pick up the noisemaker that Cove dropped when Jeremy appeared. It might be too dirty to use now, but you didn't want to leave it there. He accepted it softly when you offered the little favor back to him. Thanks. I like how we can be there for each other. It makes me feel better about that kind of stuff when it happens. Yeah! Cove suggested that you should find a seat at one of the tables. It was almost cake time and he wanted to be prepared. It was a good reminder that the party wasn't over yet. Cake! I think the table works. It's close to the refreshments at least. You and Cove tried to settle down after the last event. You took seats across from one another at one of the park tables. There were a few attempts to chat, but for the most part, you simply watched the adults run around to set up the cake cutting. There was a minor panic when you assumed Miranda's dad apparently forgot the lighter for the candles. He and another man went through and started asking the other adults for matches or lighters. They weren't having any luck until the grim-faced teenager who had been passing out party hats pulled a green lighter out of the ice cream. Iconic. Why the lighter was put in the cooler remained a mystery, but would the party hat girls find it? Oh. Some of these sentences could use a comma. But with the party hats find, it was time to get things going on again. Miranda sat at the head of the longest table. A large chocolate cake was set in front of her. She lit all 14 candles with a cooler lighter with a big smile. The adults started singing happy birthday, and the rest of the guests joined in. At the end of the song, Miranda blew out the candles with a dedicated huff. She closed her eyes and you saw her silently mouth something. Maybe it was a birthday wish. Miranda cut her own slice, then one of the grown-ups took over cutting the rest. Another adult passed around the plates of cake with a scoop of vanilla ice cream to the guests. Eventually, the cake got around to you and Cove. Cove was pleased with the treat in general. The cake looked rich and moist. It smelled quite chocolatey. I wanted both of it. You took a bite of the ice cream. The vanilla wasn't bad, but it was a little bland. The chocolate cake, however, was a rich flavor. Cove then took his fork and started mashing up some of his cake. When the cake resembled a pile of crumbly chunks, he started mixing it into the ice cream. Okay, the melted part of the ice cream made a kind of chocolate cake soup. Interesting. I've never done that, but I want to now. Literally, that's my thought. How does it taste? Really good, but it's better with brownies. He grinned and... I don't know why I am so flabbergasted by that, but you mash up the brownies. Like, you could just put the ice cream on top of the brownie. That works. You know, you don't have to mash it up, but okay. He grinned and took a bite of his own mix. Cove contentedly chewed down on his concoction. One advantage to his mix was that the ice cream seemed to catch most of the crumbs that would usually fall from eating a cake. Unlike some of the kids around him, Cove's shirt remained clean. Oh. You started eating your dessert in earnest. You enjoy yourself plenty. Cove suddenly put his fork down on his plate and stared up to the sky with a faraway expression. Okay, you checked but didn't see anything attention-grabbing. This ice cream is better than those ones in cups, you know, with the little wooden spoons. But I still kind of want that instead. Oh, he's talking about when there were the fireworks. You wondered what he was talking about. Oh yeah, like the ones they handed out at the barbecue before the fireworks happened. Right. Cove smiled nostalgically at the thought. You can picture a younger Cove for a moment with the same look in his eyes. You remembered how your ma tried to share with everyone that night. Do you want some of my dessert? Cove raised his eyebrows at your offer. What? I'm serious? Really, Cove, let's share. Cove shook his head over that. It was clear he thought this was a little silly, but he was willing to go along with it for your sake. Thank you, because if you rejected me, I'd be really sad. Thanks. He grabbed your fork and took a bite with an affectionate, soft expression. He couldn't believe you were like this. You smiled. Thanks, Cove. Why are we thanking him? We're the ones sharing. Miranda started to open her gifts. She systematically attacked the mountain of presents like a pro. She checked for any cards and read them loudly before opening a gift. She smiled at every present, including the ones you and Cove got her. You were glad the presents were accepted. It took time, but eventually Miranda got through all the gifts. She was very sweet and polite through it all. The party went until the sun began to set. By that point, most of everything had settled down and people had begun to leave. This is a longer chapter. Any of the guests whose parents stayed over for the party were already gone, except for Miranda's family. Only a few kids were waiting for their parents to come and get them remained, you and Cove included. Miranda's family were cleaning up, and as a guest, neither you nor Cove were supposed to help with that. Instead, you both had decided to take it easy in the bouncy castle. It was somewhere out of the way, where you could casually wait for your ride. Miranda had also elected to hang out with you. You weren't even bouncing anymore. Cove laid on his side with his back to a wall, and Miranda sat across from him with her legs stretched out. You had also made yourself more comfortable. These sleeves are going to be like the reason I get white hairs on stream. It was nice and warm in the little building. It also felt like you had some privacy, which was nice. You could all speak openly here. Thanks for coming. She looked down but continued shyly. It's been really cool getting to hang out with you a little bit. Thanks for letting me come. I didn't think I'd be invited. Thanks from me too. Miranda just smiled a little more. So, did you notice anything happened earlier with some people you don't know showing up? She had to think about this question a little. It was apparent she didn't have an encounter with Jeremy since there was no instant recognition. I heard about something. Some other parents were talking to my parents when their kid came and forced them to leave the park. Ha! She tilted her head to the side, finding it weird but also not important. And then everyone had cake and ice cream. Yeah, let's just leave it like that. Cove smiled uncomfortably. That's good. It was clear that he was clearly worried that the Jeremy confrontation could have gotten to her. Luckily, it didn't seem that anyone overheard or passed along Jeremy's cruel words. Cove rolled over to his back and sighed contentedly. That's very nice of him to ask, though, and to, consider her feelings about the whole situation. Miranda seemed confused, but wasn't going to push. You changed the subject. What are you gonna do with all those gifts? It had been a mountain of stuff, Miranda laughed. I don't know, I'm gonna
have to find a way to get them all in my room.
Okay. Cove gave a bent smile and made a suggestion. You'd carry some in that backpack you got? She giggled and clapped her hands in delight. That's true. You all continued chatting in a laid-back manner until it was time to go home. At the end of the day, you thought it had been quite the party. Alright. Summer work. We have homework in the summer? Oh man, that sucks. But okay. You stared out the window, watching the scenery pass by as your mom drove down the quiet streets at the leisurely place. A singer crooned sweetly from the radio, turned low enough that you could block it out if you wanted. You turned away from the window when your mom suddenly spoke up. Well, kids, are you excited to be going to the library? Yeah! Mom laughed, catching your eye in the rearview mirror and winking. I don't know why I asked. I already know how you feel about it. Taking a trip down to the library had always been something you enjoyed. What about you, Cove? You're part of the conversation too?
Not really.
If I didn't have any school stuff to do, I would probably be somewhere else. Why do we have school stuff? Why? It's summer. I get it. I wasn't so keen on the library in my day either. Really? Well, no, unless you count under 6 years old as my day. She grinned over at the two of you briefly. Mom refocused on driving, humming along with the radio under her breath. You went back to staring outside. As you passed one street, you caught a glimpse of someone brightly colored clothing, passing out balloon animals. It sparked a faraway memory, and you felt your lips twitching up before consciously remembering why. How long ago was it that you and Cove watched the amazing Alexander performing magic tricks? We tell him. Cove through his head, just a second too late! No, that's the worst! Who? It doesn't matter. Do you remember the amazing Alexander? Who? He gave us dolphin balloons. Yours popped, you cried. It was a big day.
Oh.
Right, that was a while ago. It was so fun. Cove smiled faintly. It was the first time we ever went down that street together, I think. I miss my balloon. He was a good dolphin for that one afternoon I had him. Yeah. Hey, Cove, what were you going to name your balloon? You never told me. I don't know. I can't remember what kid me was thinking. Probably something obvious like Flipper. You couldn't help the way your own smile curled up higher at the sentiment. You wanted to say something else, but couldn't quite think of what, so you just settled down into your seat. When silence filled the car again, you returned your attention to the window. It was an absolutely gorgeous day. You leaned your face to the sunshine, tempted to close your eyes as the gentle rays warmed your cheeks. Huh? You lifted yourself up a bit more, seeing your mom twisting her torso to face you confused from the front side of the car. Next to you was nothing. Cove's car door was already open. You had reached a destination before you even realized it. I'm asking what time should I pick you two up? 4 should be okay. That should give you enough time to finish your summer assignments or at least make a large enough dent. Thanks, Mom. You hopped out of the car, remembering to grab your backpack at the last second. Alright then, have fun you two, we will! You closed the door, giving a little wave. She waved back. You were going to make sure that you understood the material forwards and backwards, or else your grades might not be what you needed them to be. The two of you went right to the door of the library. Cove reached it first and tucked it open, stepping aside. He kept it propped open so that you could pass through behind him. The air was much cooler inside the building than it had been for the few seconds you spent outdoors. The space was filled with a soft din of papers being moved and whispered voices. Hey, you seem kind of distracted on the ride here. Just enjoying the day. Cove looked dubious at the vague answer. Okay. What, don't you think it's nice out? I do. Your study buddy was standing in front of the library by a long rack of magazines. Predictably, he was flipping through one with various sports players on the cover, looking intense enough to burst off the page. His head snapped up when you walked over, beaming wildly. Hey! Hi, were you waiting for a while? Not super long. Derek put the magazine back in its place. He then gestured to the space at his side. Most of the tables were empty, only a few people leafing through the books. There's plenty of room. In an unspoken agreement, the three of you started moving towards the seating area, Derek taking 2 steps for every one of Cove's. Guess what? I've mastered the fake shot. I'll show you some other time. Derek looked over to gauge the level of interest. Do you know it? Soccer's not really for me. All of the sporty stuff Cove liked was beach-related. Surfing, snorkeling, bodyboarding. At least, and he didn't play a lot of team games, but he did like doubles volleyball. How does it go? Derek's eyes flashed with excitement as he explained. While you move the ball like you're gonna go one way, and then he demonstrated by running a few steps ahead, showing off some fancy footwork. You do it like this, so it does it like that. You laughed, bobbing your head at his attempt to get the trick across with no ball. Shh! The three of you looked over to the checkout desk. The librarian stood behind it, was wearing a deep frown. You were apologetic. You mouthed sorry, and she sighed before turning back to the book she was reading. Derek scratched his cheek, choosing not to let that derail things. So, what are you guys working on? What weren't you working on? You had started work on most of your assignments, not wanting to leave them until the last minute. You hadn't decided which to focus on this afternoon though, so you had brought all of them. Who knows? There's a chance you might be able to finish all of them, or so you hoped. I think I'll work on my history assignment. We have to do this timeline thing. Literally in the summer? Why? It made sense to work on that while you were here, since you'd probably need to consult the reference books. There's some summer reading too. I have to go through an assigned book, but I'm gonna do that later since it doesn't need extra references or anything. How about you two? I've got a few worksheets. They look pretty easy, but my school gave us 3 books to read. Can't they just stick with one? I'm also doing the timeline. You all found a table close to the tall bookshelves and set up camp. Within seconds, pencils and folders and books were strewn out on the surface. You focused on your work. There was no time to lose. You were at the library with people you knew, but you couldn't afford to let that distract you. You checked the requirements on the homework sheet your teacher had given you, and then opened up your textbook to the pages you needed. After some time, Cove shifted in his seat, twisting his back as if trying to work knots out of it. Let me guess, your soul is crying out for the sea. The corners of Cove's mouth twitched into a smile. I'll have to settle for walking around the library for a few minutes. Okay, I'm gonna stay here. I'm making good progress. I'll come with you. You might as well take the opportunity to refresh yourself before going back to work. The two of you strolled away from where you'd been working. Your eyes roamed over the titles of books as you passed by. Some were dull, some were intriguing, and others were just strange. But you didn't spot anything that made you pause and pick it up. Looking for something? Always. I tear through books. Huh, I might go out of here if there's enough time. Oh, okay. His comment reminded you of the clock ticking away. Even after you'd finished your work for the summer, the countdown for the new school year would still be on track. Before you know it, we'll be back at class. Yeah, we just got out and it's almost here again. Are you looking forward to going back? Cove gave you a wry smile. No, I still never want summer to end. He wistfully let his gaze go distant. He wrapped his arms around himself. You weren't sure if his longing was for the beach or for the concept of summer himself. Summer means you can do what you want. I wish everything wasn't always decided for me. I want to grow up already. Every single kid has always been like, I want to grow up. Grow up, please. Listen, I didn't get it, okay? I didn't get it as a kid. I also wanted to grow up. But let me tell you, no, it's not all it's cracked up to be. You don't want to grow up, okay? You want the free food forever. Free food, you want free rent, you want, like, you just don't. You just don't. It's stressful out here, y'all, and the carousel never stops turning, as Alice Gray says in Grey's Anatomy, which, if you're a kid, you shouldn't be watching. Anyway, I want to grow up already. Cove didn't feel safe knowing it was others who really determined what his life was like. You understood that much. But there's some things that are alright, like seeing our classmates and teachers again. He pricked up at his own words. And also, as like an adult, you don't see your friends every single day, and I do miss that. I miss seeing my friends every single day. Adult friendships take a lot of energy. Okay. Maybe we'll even be in the same classes this year, so that will be great. A smile spread across his face, crinkling his eyes.
So...
What about you? Do you want to go back to school already? I like summer, but I'm ready to go back to school when I've got to. I usually find by the end of summer, I'm itching for school. And then when I'm in school, I'm itching for summer. I'm never satisfied. There's a lot I've got to do. There was really no getting away from the topic of school right now. It prompted you to think back to the classes you were in. You pursed your lips. I like English. Science! I loved science when I was in school. You hoped there'd be more cool experiments this coming semester. And art. It wasn't mandatory at your school, but you definitely hoped to participate. And then English. You liked books we had to read in English class. The writing assignments were engaging too. And then that was all. I'm bad at history. I'm not good with dates. And math. At the time when I was taking, like, when I was in school taking math, I could not pay attention for the life of me. Until I was taking calculus, and for some reason that made perfect sense. Each lost in your own thoughts, you continue to stroll through the library for a little while longer until Cove caught your attention again. We should probably head back. Yeah, we don't want to send a search party. Before you could take a step back, Cove cleared his throat, avoiding your gaze. Thanks for listening before. Anytime. Cove smiled, his cheeks pink. You jerked your head towards where Derek had been left studying. Time to get back to work. You and Cove rejoined Derek and settled back in as quietly as you could manage. Work continued as normal from there. The sound of shuffling dragged you out of your head. You looked up, surprised to see Derek packing up. You're done? Derek casually shrugged, but you could tell he felt proud to be the first one finished. Uh-huh. Told you it wasn't anything hard. What are you gonna do now? You wondered how Derek was going to spend his newfound freedom.
Maybe.
I could look over what you're doing. Maybe I've got some tips that'll help. Oh my god. But yeah, sure, why not?
I gotcha.
With a smile, Derek leaned over your part of the table. He took some time to get the gist and point you in the right direction before turning it back over to you. Derek leaned on the back of his feet. Okay, I'm gonna look around while you guys finish. See you. Bye. See you. Later on, Cove shifted in his seat, closing his book as he looked over the notes he'd been taking. Glancing away, you contemplated what you had done thus far, too. Yes! Go lurk. Have a nice dinner. Yes, that made sense. I can speak English. You had finished everything. I just want it done. You felt relieved to have it done. Now you just had to hope it was good enough. Derek's advice made it easier in the end. Are you ready? It's almost 4. Yeah, I think so. Come on. The two of you gathered up your books, and after returning the ones you'd used for reference to their proper shelves, set off to find wherever Derek had wandered off to. He was in the biography sections. Hey, it's Squigs! Hello! Yes, English is hard sometimes. It's my first language, and yet, reading? I mean, I love to read, 100%, but I do struggle reading out loud. I don't know. Yeah. Awesome. Okay. His back was to the two of you, one hand above his head and the other one supporting himself against the shelf as he strained to grab one of the books. English is your second language. Oh, cool, Quinn. What was your first? If you don't mind me asking. Hey, Derek, we're ready. Oh, okay. He glanced towards the sound of your voice, then up towards the shelf he was trying to reach. This was a struggle you knew all too well. Do you need help with that? Derek frowned, eyes flicking to Cove for just a second before shifting to the floor. Yeah, thanks. Which one? Derek directed Cove towards the book he wanted. It was an autobiography of someone you'd never heard of before. And then the three of you moved to the front of the library to wait for your rides. You stood close to the window and let out a content sigh, feeling the rays warm you from the slightly chilly library interior. Oh, that's awesome, Quinn. Cool. It always amazes me how many languages exist in this world. Got any plans after this? I gotta work on my technique. Can't get rusty while school's out. Okay. Technique for what? Oh, you did? That's cool. Soccer, how about you two? You considered the question, mostly in case your moms had something penciled in for the evening that you'd forgotten. Nothing planned. Me neither. Oh, that's my dad's car. I mean, like, my parents really wanted me to pick up Filipino as my first language, but I don't know what happened. I guess they dropped it, and also I had, like, American neighbors that I would always spend time with, so I got my accent and my language from them. But yeah. Oh my god. Squigs, you are so right. I am also very... My ADHD, if you only knew how smart I am in my brain, and then what comes out of my mouth. I am so smart in here, but only in here. Tacos! Oh my god, I love tacos. Go, Quinn. Enjoy your tacos. So much better in writing. Barney was too big of an influence. I loved Barney so much. So much. But yeah, no, I'm so much better in writing and texting. Yeah, talking out loud with words. Can't do it. Can't do it. And it sucks. Because sometimes, especially, this comes out especially when I'm around someone I like. Just, sometimes syllables will leave my mouth and they mean absolutely nothing. They make no sense at all. But I swear to God, if you could just hear what my brain is saying, it makes perfect sense. Ah! Oh my god, it's the worst. And then, like, you know, it's better if they text me, because then I could be snarky through text, you know? But then out loud, can't do it. Absolutely can't do it. No, sir. Thank you very much. That's so cute, those squigs! That's so cute. Derek lifted a hand to wave, pushing the door open and heading towards the blue pickup truck that was waiting in the parking lot.
Talk to you later.
Bye, Derek! You watched Derek jog off before scanning the area for your mom. Did you get everything done? Sort of. I saw you're done. He smiled, impressed. You felt pretty good about that. I don't know about you guys, but when I was younger, and even to a degree right now, the way that I flirt is by being impressive. Which is hard because I'm a perfectionist. So I just want to be impressive in general, but I try a little extra hard when I'm trying to flirt with someone because I want to impress them and I want them to think that I'm cool. But I've only recently started dropping that and being like, nah. It sets up expectations. And not to say that I can't meet expectations, but I found that, like, when I looked at my own dating history and really scrutinized it, by myself, I'm kind of like, I've set up... you know, like it just see, you see this? You see this? It's monkeys in my brain, and I can't talk anymore. What am I trying to say? Filter it out. Train of thought, please. Do not leave me. Like the subway did. It's gone. It's gone. The train is not coming back. It's gone. He smiled, impressed. You felt pretty good about that. Ah! Expectations. Yes. So, I find that when I try to impress people too hard, and, like, it ends up, like, going somewhere, I am put on a pedestal. And that's just terrible. So, yeah. No more. I feel like I'll need to come back to the library again before summer's over. Yeah, okay. Even if your assigned work was done, you might have to double check some things or do preparation for the start of the year. I'll come with you, I still have those books to read anyway. You better, I'm not going alone. He chuckled. Let's do something when we get back. Maybe the beach? Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. He was always easy to please that way. The two of you smiled at each other. It wasn't long before you spied your mom's car coming down the road. There she is. Time to go then. You climbed into the car, sliding into your usual seats and buckling the belts. Hey kiddos, did you get a lot done? I'm done. Nice. Amazing. The car shifted into action as you watched as the library shrunk into the distance. It wouldn't be the last time you saw it this summer. Even better, you were going to have good company with you. You were already counting down the days. You chatted easily with Mom about the day while you juggled the conversation with Cove. When she learned you two were planning on return... When she learned you two were why wouldn't we plan on returning? I'm guessing you mean what we were planning to do on returning. She immediately offered to give you a ride next time. Oh, returning to the library. I'm a little silly sometimes. You continued to answer Mom's questions about what you'd been working on and then told her about your plans to stick with Cove after getting back. There you go. But soon enough, the trip was over, you had arrived back to your neighborhood. Cove had run over to his house real quick to drop off his stuff. You also made a pit stop to put your backpack away before heading out again. The two of you regrouped in the middle of the road halfway between your houses. With everything wrapped up, you could now freely enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Your conversation resumed as you both began walking down the street together. The afternoon came and went, dinner was eaten, and you were cleaning up the dishes still left behind from it. Cove had elected to stay for the meal today. He passed you a couple of plates to rinse in the sink, and even though he didn't have to, Cove asked to do at least something to help. You scrubbed the last of them and let out a satisfied sigh. Okay, they're done. I'm going upstairs now. You addressed your guests for the evening. You wanna come?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have to go back till later. Take it easy, kids. Thank you for your help. When you got back to your room, you noticed your backpack from earlier. You figured it would be best to unpack the stuff you needed before going to bed. Cove plopped into your desk chair, and it spun around a little bit as he got comfortable. He watched you contentedly as you walked across the room. He didn't need or expect you to try to entertain him constantly. It was just nice to be near each other, even when nothing was going on. I love that! That's one of my favorite things to do, is absolutely nothing with someone that I like. You hefted your bag up to the bed. It sunk into the comforter. With that, you started to sort through the books and paper packets. Not all of the things that you need anytime soon. What? Not all of it were things you'd need anytime soon. Okay. A smile pile of the most important assets began to grow at the side of your backpack until you'd gone over it all. You'd actually finished flipping through the contents, but that wasn't all of your work. You instinctively pulled the opening closer to you and peered inside. A second look through commenced, then a third, and then you began to open the smaller... You were missing your history assignment. No! By this point, Cove could tell something was wrong. You spent the better part of the day finishing it, and now it was gone. It hadn't been that noteworthy before, but the bag wasn't re-zipped when you first began to look through. The work could have fallen out somewhere if you had it in the first place. Stay calm. Stay calm. You thought you caught the problem early. There was still time to make it right. You couldn't lose your head. My history work isn't in my backpack. At your word, Cove jumped out of his seat. Oh, is there anywhere we can look? The bag was kind of open, so that it left a lot of options for where it might be, most of them bad. You resolved to check the spot the backpack was originally left in. It couldn't help to look. With nothing in sight there, you expanded the search to the rest of the space. Listen, it's either in the library or in the car. Cove did his best to stay out of your way while keeping an eye open for your missing work. It was fruitless effort. Your assignment wasn't here. Let's check downstairs. It might be in your house somewhere. Fine. Hello again. Is everything alright? I unpacked my bag and one of my assignments wasn't there.
So sorry.
Yeah, what's missing? An assignment for school from the library today. That's a pickle. I'll call right now. I think they might still be open. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. Just leave it to me. Can you tell us if there was anything you noticed? You were with her, right? Yeah, okay. I saw the assignment when she had it out at the library. I don't remember her putting it away, but I'm pretty sure there was nothing left on the table when we were done. Okay. He spoke resolutely. Before now, he hadn't considered that something might have been left behind. You felt the same when leaving, though it was hard not to second-guess things now. Oh no, the look on her face was not promising. So I got a hold of them. They don't have any papers with your name on them. Not that they could see anyway. I'm sorry. So it's not in the library. Thanks for trying. I'm sorry, it was a bust. Not your fault. Let's go over to my house. I can check my bag. Maybe I took it when we were packing up and didn't notice. Alright. Things were getting heavy here with your mom's worrying. Maybe he needed to get away from it, or maybe he thought you needed a chance to get away from it. Let's go. Cove nodded and made his way to the door. Your mom stood by with creased brows. Take care, kids. Good luck. Bye, moms. You briskly made the trip across the street, and in less than a minute, you were going through the threshold of Cove's house. Did you check the car? I feel like it's in the car. You know, this happened to me so many times as a kid, and it was always in the car. Cove had been in a rush earlier today, too. His backpack was tossed on the couch without a thought. No one had moved it since then. Yeah, I mean, I see why it's stressful. You can sit down or anything. I'm gonna look. He lifted up the backpack and unzipped it in a fluid motion. You were left to wait as he rooted around inside with an unexpected level of seriousness. I'm glad that he's taking it seriously. You accepted his offer of hospitality and took it easy. It wasn't possible to stop Cove on his quest, so you tried to relax in the meantime. Ah, no, he sighed heavily. Oh no, the search is over, sorry. Oh no, maybe Derek has it? Derek could have it. Derek could have it, or, it's in the car. Can we just check the car? Tokimeki, okay. Awesome, I will definitely check that out. Put it in the Discord, though, if you haven't already. Just because it's easier for me to have it all there. That's alright. He dropped the backpack to the floor unceremoniously and spoke with a cautious tone.
Okay.
Is it? You're really okay? It's not like I forgot what I did. It's kind of annoying to have to write it a second time, but it won't be hard. Thanks for worrying about me. That's cool, I'm glad. Cove laughed lightly, and you noticed a small shake to it. He was clearly relieved that you were going to get through all of this. Aww. He had been more upset about the loss than you. Oh, that's so nice. I mean, though, like, listen, the empathy is nice, but, like, it's just my experiences. There are a few times where I've, like, experienced people who, like, you know, I think if you know, you know. If you know, you know, you know? Yeah. Okay. I think it's admirable how you can keep it together like that. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Cove was someone you're close with, that's true, but you hadn't expected him to say that you were admirable. It was nice. Then the moment was interrupted by the piercing ring of the Holden home phone. We wordlessly stared at one another with raised brows. Cove's mouth formed a tiny frown. Kyra appeared from the hall on the far side of the living room, summoned by the noise.
Hey, yeah.
I didn't know you were here. She strolled on past. Her eyes followed her. Your eyes followed her. Cove's mom answered the call, giving a chipper greeting to whoever it was on the other end. A few ahas and mm-hs later, Kyra thanked the person and placed the phone down once more. What did I tell you? Of course it was in the car. It's always in the car. It's always in the car. Check the car first. If your bag is open, like just slightly, and you notice something's missing, chances are it got lost in the car.
What?
That's what I was told. Now just return to the guest room. You can have your privacy. Oh, she shook off the interruption and refocused on you. They've got it. As you guessed, this wasn't gonna be a big deal. They've got it. Cove smiled crookedly and shrugged off one shoulder. We should probably head to your house. Your moms might want to talk to you. Yeah, my parents really care about me. That's nice. They had kept searching even after you left, and because of that, it all worked out. Cove nodded in agreement. Hey, Cove. Thanks for being here. You brightened up with sparkling eyes. Anytime. While stepping towards the door, there was a thought in your head that you knew to be true. You were going to be there for one another with the small things and when it came to the big things. Okay. We have a few more. Escapade. Let's go. You looked up, noticing the sun was finally setting. You had been trying to delay the end of the day for as long as possible. The evening breeze tickled your nose as you sat on your front porch, munching on fresh watermelon slices. I want a snack. Just snack. Snack? Snack. But I can't just... Ah! Shoot, yes. Yeah, right. Watermelon slices. Those were snacks here in-game. Okay. Snack made you happy. You picked up... I love watermelon. You picked up another slice. Even though you already had dinner, you were still delighted to make room for watermelon. You turned to look at Cove. You had both been sitting in comfortable silence for a while now. He sat next to you on the step of your house. He was happily absorbed in his thoughts and his own slice of watermelon. Chuckling, you watched as his face twisted in discomfort. He had to stop chewing to spit a seed into the bush. You shook your head in disapproval. Cove shrugged, but his cheeks turned slightly pink. He glanced at you bashfully, and you could tell he was searching for words to explain himself. I don't really like the seeds, the hard black ones. Well, yeah, you're not supposed- I don't think you're supposed to swallow them, are you? I haven't. It makes sense, but can you not do that here? Okay, I mean, no, just put it into a napkin, you know? I wonder if I'll have another slice after this one. This one is your third already. Is that bad? It tastes really good. Bump him with your shoulder. Cove matched your smirk. He gave you a nudge in return. A little while later, Cove flinched, making a confused sound. He slowly put his current slice down on the plate next to him. Are you okay? Yeah. He stood up, head tilted back to look at the sky. His feet took him to the middle of the street. Did you notice anything? What do you mean? I thought I felt a raindrop. The sun's still out. You put down your watermelon slice and hopped off your front step. Immediately, you felt a tap of water on the crown of your head, making you yelp. You're right! Cove was still staring up at the sky, and you watched as he began blinking more rapidly. When he finally turned in your direction, his face was bemused. It's a sun shower. It seemed crazy, but soon you couldn't avoid the drops that began increasing into a light shower. Booming with laughter, Cove kicked off his shoes towards his front door and reveled in the moment. Ah, we're kids. You can be excited about it. You closed your eyes and threw your head back, letting the rain shower over you. The cool drops felt so right after the warmth of the day. Feeling energized, you ran over to Cove and laughed at how soaked he already was. Not that he cared, because he was busy spinning in the middle of the street. Spin faster! He complied. It was only when Cove started to slip and his laughter turned into hiccups that he dizzily stopped. Just as suddenly as the sprinkling started, it stopped, and left you dripping with a smell of wet asphalt and soil tickling your nose. Cove caught your eyes, running a hand through his wet hair. Combing it back, he frowned. It's over. The drops of rain still clinging to his face could almost have been mistaken for tears. He sounded that disappointed. Well, it was fun. Yeah, it's cool that it happened. You then looked over at your door and sighed. You knew Mom wasn't going to be happy when she saw you trailing water into the house. Cove rubbed his arm awkwardly. He must have been thinking the same thing because he watched you sympathetically. You can dry off at my house if you want. My parents won't mind. Thanks, let's do that. Yeah. His whole demeanor brightened. You figured he must have felt relieved to help you avoid getting in any trouble. Cove led you inside and you stayed close to him. We have a ton of spare towels. I gotta dig them out of the hall closet. Thanks for doing this.
You're welcome.
It'll only be a second. Just hang out in the living room, but maybe don't sit on the couch. Yeah, probably not a good idea. You answered him with a slight smile. Okay. We should roll over on the couch. That's a good idea. With that, Cove disappeared and returned in no time, towels in hand. Here. Thanks. You accepted one and began to pat yourself down. A sudden call caught both of your attentions. I thought I heard voices. Cove's mom strolled into the living room with a curious grin.
Huh?
What happened here? You're both wet. There was a sun shower. Badass. Cove smiled back at his parent. We came inside to dry off. My moms don't want me going into my house when I'm wet,
Right.
so I told her to come back here. That's very sweet of you. She ruffled Cove's wet hair and laughed at the drops of water that shook off. Then the light came to Kyra's eyes. I have an idea. Why don't we go for a drive? It has to beat standing around the house and you'll air dry in no time. Cove only offered a shrug and a bent smile to his mom. He looked at you for a real answer. Yeah, let's. This'll be fun. Kyra pulled out her cell phone from her pocket to call your moms. They swapped numbers earlier in the summer. Head out onto the garage. I'll meet you there in just a minute.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. She got some idea in her head, and that's what she does. That's okay. Thanks for letting me come. I didn't do anything. That wasn't true at all, but you let him get away with that. Come on. Cove led you to the car, and Kyra wasn't too far behind. Okay, in the back, you two. Once the three of you were situated inside, Kyra started it and drove out of the residential area. After this, we might need to take a little break because I'm getting dizzy. And I think it might be me hungry. When she hit a main road, the car sped up and she rolled the windows down all the way. Hey. Cove started laughing as he kept in vain to keep his hair from flying into his eyes too much. Meanwhile, you closed your eyes as the wind whipped against your wet clothes. I said this drive was going to be good for getting air dried. Yeah, but I didn't agree to this much air. Cove tried pressing the window button, but nothing happened. His eyebrows furrowed in frustration. You disabled the back? Sorry, I can't hear you. Smiling dubiously, Kyra turned on the radio and turned it up to be heard over the wind. You laughed. You yelled into the wind and burst into laughter. Looking over at Cove, you saw him relax. You seemed to be glad that you were having fun. Yay! And then something stuck to the side of your leg. Several papers were freed from under the car seats and were blown about. Oh, they can't get out the windows! Cove began to haphazardly reach around the space to try and get it all back under wraps. Amused, you helped. I've closed the windows! Offered no response other than a chuckle. She just kept driving. I hope these papers aren't important. Cove snatched several papers out of the air and you caught the others, preventing most of them from flying out the window on your side. You showed Cove your collection while grinning widely. Look how many we saved. You figured if they were sitting in the back of the car, they couldn't be important enough to get upset over, but Cove continued looking annoyed. Your smile started to slip, and at that, his expression softened. You did good. Thanks for helping. The sun set completely and Kyra rolled up the windows. Cove let out a big sigh and released random bits of paper that he had in his fists. My mom is crazy. He ran a hand through his wind-blown hair and laughed with a bit of exasperation. I feel great. The evening had turned out to be more interesting than you expected. Grinning, you were happy with your odds with whatever happened next. Cove watched you with interest until his focus was taken by a new comment from his mom. I bet you're not feeling damp anymore. No, but now I feel tricked. No. She did say she was taking us on a drive to air out, and that's what happened. This is exactly what I expected. Kyra continued driving. The radio volume was adjusted for the closed windows, and everyone was sitting more comfortably. Kyra lowered the sound even more after pulling into a red light. She took the chance to turn around, and you caught her voice smirk. Does anyone know what we drove past during the dry cycle? I'm not sure I want to. A movie theater. Okay, most places have one somewhere. It isn't that late, you know. We could probably still catch a show. We don't even know what it'd be playing. That's what makes it fun. Okay, sure. Both of you? Yeah, we're gonna gang up on you, Cove. That's just what happens. You gave him a smile, and Cove eased up a bit. Don't get me wrong, I'm not advocating impulsive behavior every day, but it's important to seize the moment when you can. We might never have another night like this. And don't worry, I said I'd watch over you for the night, not just 10 minutes or so. I'll put your parents in the loop about hitting the movies as soon as we get there. I didn't bring any shoes. You should always bring shoes when you're going out. I didn't think we were going anywhere. I thought we were just gonna be in the car.
It's alright.
We'll sneak in through quick. No, we'll sneak through quick. We'll sneak through quick. No one will notice. You can do it just this once. You bounce in your seat excitedly that this was actually going to happen. Cairo's right. You never got to do stuff like this. Cairo drove into the movie theater parking lot and shut the engine off. With the unbuckling of her seatbelt, she ushered you and Cove out. Despite being hesitant to leave, once outside, Cove burst into a sprint towards the cinema. You hurried behind, but you had figured the cold tarmac on his bare feet was what was fueling him on ahead. Inside, you realized there was no lines. All the shows had already started. Cairo paid that no mind and strode up towards the counter with some words of encouragement. A third of the running time is ads these days. We haven't missed anything. Meanwhile, Cove stood next to you awkwardly. He shifted from one foot to the other and constantly kept looking around. His shady behavior would have made him much more likely to get caught than standing still would have if there were people around to really notice. It was pretty goofy. Teased him. You're being the most obvious rule breaker in the world right now. Sorry, I don't do this all the time. You definitely break rules all the time. Relax. As long as you act like nothing's wrong, no one is gonna suspect anything. Should I be worried that you're so confident about getting away with things? Maybe. Eliciting a sigh of relief out of you, Kyra returned with the tickets in mind. She quickly herded you and Cove towards the showing room. I'm so sorry for the little hiccup, but hold on. We almost made it home free. Once you sit down, it'll be smooth sailing. The lights were already off in the showing room, but the movie hadn't started yet. The upcoming movie trailers were still playing.
Aha!
When I worked in a movie theater, it was, I think, 15 to 20 minutes the trailers were. Keeping her volume in a hushed tone, Kyra couldn't help but burst with excitement over your luck. You followed her down the walkway until she spotted open seats in the middle-ish area of the theater. Kyra pointed at the seats, looking over her shoulder at you and Cove, waiting for input. Cove nodded, and you decided to give her a thumbs up, and she led the way. When you reached your seats, Kyra sighed contentedly. Cove gave a sigh of his own and lifted his feet to sit cross-legged instead of keeping them down on the floor. He then leaned over and whispered to you. Do you have any idea what the movie is? Nope, I didn't hear the name or anything when your mom bought the tickets. Oh boy. After a couple more previews, the main event began. It dawned on you quickly that this was a horror film, one about a group of students being haunted by dangerous ghosts. 13 years old, did I like horror films? I think I did. I could live with that. I would probably be nervous, but I could live with it. It wasn't your favorite kind of movie. You didn't hate scary movies either. You were willing to wait and see if it was dull or had some entertainment value. Glancing over at Cove, you noticed that he looked less than thrilled at the movie. Aww. He bit down his bottom lip and stared at the screen with trembling eyes. Cove had never been a fan of ghosts or intentionally frightening things. That was something you learned about him early on. Nah, we'll be closer to him. Sure, why not? You bet yourself more and more until you were essentially leaning against him. It had been slow enough that Cove hadn't noticed at first, but soon he started to peek at you out of the corner of his eyes. Are you okay? He smiled and nodded shakingly. Not wanting to push him, you gave him a soft smile back. Sometimes the other people in the theater screamed, or jeered, or clapped, depending on what was happening. Your heart pounding in your chest when the movie finally came to an end. The main character resolved the hauntings, but in a dark conclusion, they didn't make it out alive. Oh my god. You stayed to let the credits roll and for the theater to clear out, and then it was time to head back to the car. Both you and Cove took the same seats in the back of the car again. Even though it was late, Kyra was exuding an upbeat, cheerful energy. What a great flick!
I guess.
It wasn't so bad in the end. You enjoyed it? No, I mean, it's hard to explain. I got really tense, and I guess that's the point of horror stuff, but I don't want to have to feel like that. Now that's all over, though, it was sort of cool to do.
Fantastic.
How are you feeling? Okay, that's awesome. I still can't believe they died. It's nice when things aren't all obvious and you don't really know how it'll end until you see it, but I wanted it to go better. Yeah, no. I am thinking specifically of the movie Smile. I remember seeing that with my friend, and I thought it was gonna... I mean, like, you know, it seemed pretty hopeless, but then I thought, you know, maybe there's an off chance, you know, that everything would end up okay. You were interested in hearing his thoughts. You and Cove spent the rest of the car ride absorbed in conversation about the movie. So, who's hungry? You were surprised when Kyra didn't drive you home, but to a drive-through burger restaurant instead. Oh my god, I'm getting so hungry. There's so many snacks. Yes. Get whatever you want. Oh my god. Okay, I want a cheeseburger. And I want french fries. And I want chicken nuggets. And the milkshake. And mozzarella sticks. It's everything. As you can tell, I'm hungry. Is that alright? It's A-okay. Cove was tickled by the size of your list and had no disapproval over it. Yeah, you know, it would probably be mostly leftovers. For me. But anyway. Cove pulled up to the window and ordered everything... Kyra pulled up to the window and ordered everything you asked for first. She then decided to order one of everything on the value menu. Whoa, what are you gonna do with all that? Eat it?
Really?
The whole menu? Even after... Cove, did you have to call me out like that? Like what was the reason? What was the reason, Cove? Why? Why would you do that to me? That's right. There are only maybe 10 things on it, and they're about $1 each. I can swing it. And besides, whatever we don't finish, I'm gonna feed to your dad. He'll be in heaven. Cove sighed affectionately at his mother's antics. Thank you. You're quite welcome. A few minutes later, Kyra exchanged her money for multiple bags of food, which she quickly tossed to you both in the back seats. She then drove off into the night. Can you pass me something? What should I grab? Surprise me! You chose one of the wrapped sandwiches and handed it to her. You had no idea if it was a burger or something else. Thanks very much. Accepting that this was what was happening, Cove shrugged and started pulling food out of the bags for himself. Cove ended up with some onion rings and he happily munched on them. 1 second. I have so many notifications. When I'm on break, I don't even know if I'll have time to get food. Okay. Grab something you like. You weren't even questioning Kyra's crazy ride anymore. The adventure continued, and you were so preoccupied in the back that you almost didn't realize the car had stopped. Kyra turned to look over her shoulder. Okay, we've reached the end of the road. Oh! We're okay. Confused, you checked out the window and saw nothing except empty road ahead. Then you noticed it, the now leaving sign. Kyra took you through the entire town. What are you doing here? Kyra turned the car around and parked it along the side of the road. I think you both could use a break to stretch your legs, and I doubt anyone is going to come through here this time of night. Besides, I need to make a call, so go on. Cove shook his head and got out of the car without a fight. Yeah, we follow. Hey, remember the last time we were here? You got out and caught up to Cove. He was busy looking at the stars and stretching his arms while he strolled around. You thought being there was exciting. You were delighted with the wide open sky above and the unobstructed view of the landscape around. It was freeing. It's amazing that we're all the way out here. Cove smiled, glancing from the stars to you. Shortly after, you noticed Cove's expression had changed. His eyebrows furrowed, and it seemed like he was thinking hard about what he wanted to say next.
I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine. You mean she doesn't kidnap the neighbors all the time? Cove snorted briefly before becoming serious once more. I think she feels like she has to get out there and do things with me while she can, and she wants to make the time memorable. The visit has been really different. Don't apologize, Capricorn-san. You are totally fine. Go do what you need to do. Thank you for sticking around. This visit has been really different than the others, and it didn't start off good. Thinking about how Kyra's trip had begun this summer, you could understand why Cove was thinking along those lines. She probably wanted all the trouble to be worth it in the end. Okay, I get it. Cove breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks for understanding. It went silent between you both, so you jumped when you heard the sound of a car door closing. You turned to see Kyra by the driver's side waving. The sight brought a smile to Cove's face, and she quickly made her way over to where you both were standing. Thanks for waiting. I didn't mind. How did I end up with such a polite boy? She ruffled his hair, and Cove lowered into his seat. Oh. And then the memory hit you. The first summer when you and Cove came to this very spot in his runaway attempt to find his way back to his mom, and now you are all here together. Taking a step closer to Cove, you leaned in to share the memory just with him. Isn't it strange that your mom took us here? This is where you went to try seeing her when you moved to Sunset Bird. Cove flinched and his eyes darted over to his mom, worried that she heard. When he was satisfied that she didn't, he turned back. Yeah, it's weird, but she doesn't know what happened. At least I'm pretty sure she doesn't. Really? Dad likes to tell her things are fine, so she doesn't worry. Okay. We're just keeping a lot of secrets for Cove, I guess. Cove looked at you gratefully, and you shared a conspiratorial smile. Anyways, it's kind of cool to be here, right on the edge of town. Exactly, we're standing on a precipice. I think so too. I knew you'd get it. It's good to appreciate these times and places. Kyra let out a big breath of air. We should probably call it a night, huh? Yeah. You kind of hoped some other unexpected thing would pop up to keep things going. Kyra shyly smiled and gestured to the car. Quietly, you all made your way back to it. Cove naturally followed you, taking the seat nearby in the back, with a collection of fast food bags still strewn about. You rested your head into the seat, and the car roared to life. As you did, Cove leaned in close to whisper.
Hey.
I can talk to your moms if they do get mad about tonight for some reason. It was my mom's idea, you didn't have a choice. This was worth it, even if they do get mad. If you say so. Cove smiled bashfully at you, but you said nothing else. The drive home was smooth and uneventful. The radio was off completely, and you felt your eyelids getting heavy. What choice do I want to make here? Sure, why not? You were too tired to keep your head up, and it felt quite comfortable there. Cove didn't have any issues there. He leaned into it. He must have been exhausted too. You were happy to stay close like that. It was warm and comfortable. When you opened your eyes, you expected to still be in the car, not your bedroom. It was somehow already morning. You couldn't even remember how you ended up there. Sitting up in bed, you thought about how last night was quite an experience. It almost felt like a dream more than a real event, but it definitely happened, and you were glad that you had a spontaneous escapade this summer. Alright, we have one more, but before we do one more, we're gonna take a little teeny tiny break. So, everyone get your water, stretch. We're gonna take like 5 minutes, and then we will be right back to play this last one, and then some of step 3. Yeah, sounds like a plan. Okay, I will see you in 5. Hello, hello, welcome back. As suspected, I did not have time for food. But I did order some food, so I might eat a taco, later. But yeah. In the meantime, shall we get back into the game? Soiree. You'd whiled away the morning, doing whatever struck your fancy, and now you were recharging with lunch. With nothing on the horizon, you were now free to spend as much or as little time on your plate as you wanted. It was a while you were thinking on all the possibilities for your afternoon that your moms approached you.
Hi.
You okay? Mouth full, you nodded in reply. To your surprise, they both sat with you at the table. Based on the time, you wondered if they were joining you for a meal, but neither of them brought anything. Good, we wanted to have a little chat with you. What? Okay, am I in trouble? Like, what happened? The qualifier little did nothing to downplay the situation. Your chewing slowed as your eyes widened, looking from one parent to the other. Anything that required both of them to talk to you must be something big. It was unsettling. You didn't like being the only one not knowing what was going on. Stomach churning, you waited for them to fill you in. Ah, don't look so worried. It's nothing scary, I promise. There's a soiree at the Cypress tomorrow night. Your ma and I are going. Okay, the Cypress was the country club that your moms were a part of and where Elizabeth played golf. It seemed like every other month they had some event or another, all with fancy names like soiree. Chewing your lip, you wondered what this had to do with you. Mom chuckled at your poorly concealed reaction. Leaning in, Ma took your hand and squeezed it. We've decided to make a night a bit special. Elizabeth's going to be allowed to stay home fully alone for the first time.
Sorry.
You'll still be coming to the party with us. It's Elizabeth's night to party with no family around, not yours. Sorry, you gotta wait a couple more years. Alright, I can go. Your mom's beamed at you. We're glad you're so understanding, and don't worry, we're not leaving you out. We want you to have a special night too. Okay, what did you do? Intrigued, you grinned at your moms and listened. Your parents shared a look across the table. You cleared your throat, reminding them that you were still waiting. They couldn't keep from dropping such a hints, and then turned coy when the conversation was just about to get good.
Well,
Since it's such a fancy party, that's still chaperone, and attendees are allowed to bring a guest, we thought it might be a nice opportunity to invite someone yourself as a date. At 13 years old? If I want. Okay. Your moms took advantage of your uncharacteristic silence to continue filling you in on the event. Even though we'll be at the party too, you don't need to worry about us getting in your way. You'll be free to eat, dance, and enjoy the music as you see fit. But no leaving the property. Ma nodded at Mom's interjection.
isn't that
Yes,
great?
as long as you don't leave the property. And if you'd rather just bring a friend, that's a-okay too. He didn't even know how to react. Your parents were still smiling at you, clearly expecting a response, but you're still too shocked to formulate anything of the kind. You hadn't imagined this was where the talk was going.
Don't worry about
The soiree isn't until tomorrow, so you've got time. Tomorrow is not a lot of time. Okay. Just let us know your plans before we're heading out. And that's all. We'll leave you to your lunch now. Your moms rose from their chair in unison, disappearing to another part of the house. You barely noticed their departure. All you can think of was what just happened. The remnants of your lunch stared up at you from your plate. You felt that you should finish eating. The conversation had taken your mind off the meal, but you opted to try to eat a little more. You picked up the plate for a little while longer. Even though you'd relocated to your bedroom, your head was stuck on the conversation that had unfolded at the dining table downstairs. You knew that having someone come as a friend would be best. You felt most comfortable with that. It'd make the party a lot more fun than going alone, and you didn't want to go along with the suggestion of that being your first date. Yeah, no. We're a little young, thank you. But taking a friend required further decision who to invite. Lee wasn't an option, she couldn't just come by whenever. Alright, so we're limiting the choices. Your aunt and uncle had a rule that they needed more than 1 day's notice if she was going to visit you. It was too bad, since this sounded like the sort of event she'd love, though not so much as she wouldn't tease you for passing up the opportunity to have an actual date. Cove was always easily accessible for hanging out, and you were certain that with him you'd have a great time. Or maybe Derek could make it. Things were never dull when he was around. And while he didn't live in the area either, he was close enough to get a lift at short notice. Against calling Derek. Nah, just bring Cove. He's your best friend and he's already there, and if you don't invite him, he'll be more offended than anything, so... Sighing, you shifted position on the bed, resting your arms on the windowsill. A flock of birds caught your eye and led your gaze as they crossed the sky. You watched the birds grow smaller and less distinct until they disappeared from sight. Like the snap of a hypnotist's fingers, you were released from the trance and left with a goal of your own. You were going to take a walk. You ambled through the familiar streets of your neighborhood, picking your path at whim. It was as quiet as ever, with tourists choosing to congregate in the shopping area near the beach rather than venture into the sleepy residential zones. You continued down the road and soon found yourself at the shore. The fresh, salty air hit you first, rolling to meet you over the grass dunes that tickled your legs, followed by the familiar view of the sea stretching out across the horizon. You came to a halt. A lone figure was standing near the ocean, the water reaching up to his knees, Cove. Though he had his back to you, you recognized the familiar silhouette as Cove's. It made sense that you'd find him here. He was always in his element by the sea. You had no idea if he heard your arrival or if it was a coincidence, but he looked over his shoulder and your eyes met. You smiled. The expression came as naturally as the rising tide. Damn. Seeing Cove was an easy way to lift one's mood. Cove grinned at you from his shoulder before turning around to wade back to the shore.
Nina!
Don't say my name. What are you up to? My moms are taking to a soiree tomorrow over at their country club. A soiree sounds exciting. Cove tried to show a level of enthusiasm, keeping his grin pinned in place, but you could tell that he had no envy towards your friend. Oh, maybe he doesn't want to come. You're coming too, just tell him. You don't have to come if you don't want to. Was I going to come? Just like assume that yeah, no. You were definitely, yeah, no, it was an assumption that was made. My mom said it was okay for someone to come along. You watched him process the offer, his eyes becoming far away for just a moment before he broke up into a smile. Sure, I'll come. Thank you. Now that you had secured company for tomorrow evening, it felt like a weight was lifted off. You couldn't think of a better companion to be by your side. You clapped your hands together, ready to share the resolution with your parents. Can you come to my house right now so we can let my moms know the plan? I kind of want to rewind. And just see what happens if I say that it could be a date. But... do I want to do that? I don't know if I want to do that. No, we said friends. We said friends. We said friends. Okay, we're just gonna... okay, that's what we said. We stick to it. No problem. Cove went to where he discarded his things in the sand, tucking a shirt over his head and slipping on a pair of shoes before joining you and setting off home. The two of you stepped inside the front door of your house. Given the proximity you had growing up, it was an action you'd taken together countless times, and you thought yourself lucky to have such a great friend living close by. At the sound of the door opening, your mom poked her head into the hall. Hello! Ah, Cove, it's you, what a surprise! She chuckled at her own joke. Cove was always there, and she knew how close the two of you were. Eh. Bringing anyone other than him back would have been an actual surprise. Hi, Mrs. Morwin, it's nice to see you. So I take it Cove's going to be our guest for tomorrow night? Yeah, he's the lucky guy. And is it a date? Yeah, just tell him that part, dude. No, we're just gonna hang out at the party together. Okay. I'll give your folks a call and get everything squared away. She went off to fetch the phone. You shook your head, betrayed. How could you say something like that with no warning? Cove gave you a crooked smile, a weak imitation of his usual one. You weren't the only one caught off guard by her comment. Yeah, no, I'd imagine not. Thanks. And the rest of the afternoon passed by just like that. Huh. Fun. Okay. Back in your room, your mind was abuzz with visions of tomorrow night. The soiree was an exciting prospect now that you'd get to experience it with Cove. You just hoped that he'd have a good time when all is said and done. The evening of the soiree had arrived, and the daylight hours having slipped away in a blur. Up in your bedroom, you were getting ready for the big event. That was your intention, at least, but you hadn't settled on an outfit. Stationed in front of your wardrobe, you scanned over the clothing you had at your disposal. Though Ma hadn't mentioned this event was a bit dressier than a normal get-together, you didn't necessarily have to comply. No. Formal. Wear something formal. You attempted to decide between the nicer pieces in your wardrobe, the ones that rarely had a chance to come out. You decided to dress formally because... I like dressing up. I actually do, like, really enjoy dressing up. There was something magical about the sheen of an elegant fabric and the cut of formal wear, something that transformed everyone into a more sophisticated version of their normal self. To start, you decided to wear a dress. The one you picked out was light and had sheen. The silky material seemed to glide through your fingers as you took it from the wardrobe. It was a perfect fit for a summer evening party. You began to get dressed, your fingers working stiff zips and awkward fastenings. It felt different against your skin, reminding you with every movement that you were dressed up. Whatever happened tonight, you were pleased that you'd gotten the opportunity to wear this. Now dressed, you gave yourself a final glance over before heading downstairs, ready to head out. You found your moms already waiting in the living room. They were putting the finishing touches on their outfits. Ma strapping her heel into a stiletto shoe, and Mom trying to fasten a bracelet single-handed. They looked up as you entered.
Oh,
You look so nice, don't you think, Bam?
thanks.
I hope the party will be prepared for your arrival. You look sharp. Mom was still struggling with the bracelet. You lent a hand, literally by taking one side and holding it as she secured the clasp. Thanks, kiddo. Mom then glanced over at the clock on the wall. Seeing where the hands were pointing, a frown creased her face. When's Cove gonna be here? Do you know? I'll go get him. Oh, yeah? Oh. That's very polite of you. Get going. We want to leave in 10 minutes. Okay. Cove's house was mere seconds away from yours, making the warning unnecessary, but you dutifully went out. After crossing the street, you found yourself at Cove's very familiar front door. You rang the bell, whose chime was lodged in your head from all the times you'd rung it over the years. Though unlike usual, Cove's mom Kyra was the one who answered it this night.
Come on.
Hey, come on in! She beckoned you inside, as if she was so excited to see you that the words alone weren't enough. Thanks for coming. The boys will be right down. They're just in Cove's room. I can call them if you want. It's alright. I can wait.
Great.
Sure. She took a seat on the sofa and patted a chair. Feel free to put your feet up. While you waited, Kyra easily filled the time by chatting with you about your plans for the night ahead. A short while later, Mr. Holden strolled into the room, giving you a wave. Cove pulled his face into a smile. As you reciprocated, the tension in his face faded away. Oh. Hi. Fancy seeing you here. Cove seemed to take your appearance in with a glance. He smiled. He opened his mouth to speak more than pause. Cove checked the time using a clock hanging on the side wall and addressed his parents. We've gotta go. Yeah, just abruptly headed towards it. Wait, I'm still on the couch, bro. Just awkwardly, just like, we gotta go. Bye. Bring him back in one piece. Have a blast, you two. I'll return your son in mint condition. See you. You followed Cove as he left us in his house. Okay. Once out in the fresh evening air, Cove breathed deeply before smiling at you. I've never been to something like this. I don't know what to expect, but I want to find out. You're glad that he was in a good mood. A little intrigue about the night ahead was a good sign. I'll roll out the red carpet just for you. You returned home, Cove in tow. Your moms welcomed you back before whisking you right out once more to get in the car. You pulled up at the country club. The sun had sunk deep into the horizon, the last of its light sleepily warming the oncoming night. Your moms led the way to the space around the back where the event was being held. The place had been transformed through decoration with smart tablecloths and elegant ribbons contributing to a festive atmosphere. Musicians dressed in matching black and white were setting up their instruments and flicking through pages of sheet music, and as promised, there was a table covered in plates of carefully prepared food. Destination reached, your parents rounded on you in Cove. Things haven't kicked off yet, but don't let that stop you from enjoying yourselves. We'll be around if you need us. See you. Bye. Cove waved your moms off. Once they'd retreated a distance away, you found him watching you expectantly. What now? His voice was light, but from his wide eyes and their nervous glances, you could tell that he was feeling out of his depth. We'll have to wait for something to start, like the band, but there's stuff going on already. Cove perked up at that.
Really?
Oh, do you want to do any of those? Whatever they are? Snacks. Always go for the snacks first. We can go eat some food now, even if the music hasn't started. That's okay, it's not too soon. No one will mind, really. Okay. The two of you wandered over to the refreshment table. With it being early into the night, it had been barely touched, and the plates were nearly as pristine as when they'd left the kitchen. The offerings were all tiny and bite-sized, ready to be picked up and sampled. It was immediately apparent that there was plenty to choose from. Just from the level of care from which it was presented, it was clear that this was fancy stuff. Cove stared at one plate, then another, confused. I think I know some of this. I don't... I know there's usually food, but not what it is. Cove smiled at your reaction, seemingly reassured that you were on the same level as him when it came to understanding high cuisine. Cove squared his shoulders as if gearing up for a match. His stance was familiar from all the times he'd seen him preparing for some sporting event. I'm gonna try it. He picked up a plate and took one appetizer, then another and another, and you soon realized he was taking one of every single type. There's no prize for eating it all, you've only gotta take the things you want. I don't know what I want, so I'm figuring it out. You joined him in sampling everything. Maybe there'd been some hidden gems this time. It was a try. Cove nibbled his way through everything the Cypress had. The results of his endeavor were mixed. He was revolted by some of the things he tried, openly screwing up his face and rushing to find a drink to wash the taste away. Yet these bad experiences didn't stop him from flowing on, moving on to the next snack with an open mind. There were some foods he was neutral about, dismissing them with a shrug, but best of all were his reactions when he stumbled across something good. Each time caught him by surprise, his expression morphing from wary curiosity to skeptical interest before making his way for astonished enjoyment. Regardless of how he felt about what he was currently eating, you could tell that he was having a good time just being free to eat whatever he laid his eyes on. You thought that was nice too. After going through a round of sampling, you moved on to something else. Introduced Cove to the people in the country club. Sure, why not? I know most of these people because I've been brought here a lot over the years. You can meet them. Sure. They'll all want to know about my mysterious guest. It'll be cool. I'm not really mysterious, and I'll be even less mysterious if you introduce me. That just made you laugh. You beckoned for him to follow you and meet the other guest. Most of the attendees skewed significantly older or considerably younger than the two of you, with only a few people around your age. Naturally, Cove greeted them with an easy warmth. Not that there were any difficulties. Sorry, could you repeat your name? It's Cove. Cove? They rolled the word over. Y'all, I need food. What time is my food arriving? I don't know. I think it's... Oh. Like, in a few minutes. Oh, literally, they're gonna arrive soon. Okay. So we'll have food soon. And you guys are just gonna have to deal with the fact that I'm gonna be eating Taco Bell. How unusual, but lovely, of course. As you'd expect, there was interest in who you'd brought to the party and what your relationship with him was. Good to see you. This your date? Your matching stunned reactions answered the question. The group roared with laughter. I'll take that as a no. Still, some people focus on the important things. How you were dressed. Don't you look snappy in that outfit? You've scrubbed up well. With the basic niceties taken care of, you moved on to something else to pass the time. We took a seat to relax. We should pick out a table. Okay. You found a place to sit at the edge of the party area where it was quieter with few people bustling around. You pulled out a chair and sat down. Cove, already seated, was stretching. These clothes are kind of uncomfortable. He flexed an arm at the elbow, frowning before twisting it back behind him. Yeah? My arms can't move around the same as normal. Like, I'm gonna rip it if I do anything. I think it suits you. Really? Okay, thanks. Oh, did I say the wrong thing? He toyed with one cuff of his shirt, wedging a figure between the fabric and his skin. Now that you had a spot on your own, you stayed chatting with Cove at the table. In no time at all, the sun set in full. The lights faded in, and the opening notes of the band's first song ran out. You and Cove stopped what you were doing, turning to contemplate the party that had been steadily unfurling while you were distracted. It was much busier now, both in terms of people and activity. The first steps were taken onto the dance floor, some tentative, others eager. And even if the band hadn't been playing, the constant level of chatter would have ensured that it wasn't a quiet night. With the party now in full swing, your options had increased. You asked Cove to dance. This one because it's cute. I'd like to dance. With you. If that's okay. Cove raised his eyebrows in surprise at your hesitant invitation. Even though this was a dance party, he hadn't anticipated this outcome. I don't think oh, okay. I don't know how to dance. It's crowded out there. Okay. Following his gaze, you saw that the dance floor was now tightly packed with swaying, affectionate couples. He rubbed his arm, shoulders hunched inwardly. Sorry. Oh, it's okay. You wouldn't be able to change his mind. There was nothing you could do but accept it. Lighten the mood. The situation was what it was, and making Cove feel worse about it would bring you both down. Maybe for the best. I've been told I'm a menace on the dance floor. Cove smiled weakly. Guess so. You just had to do something else. You went to see what your moms were up to. You scanned the partygoers, looking for your parents. They had been excited for tonight, and you were curious as to whether they were enjoying themselves, whatever it was they wound up doing. Wherever they'd gotten to, though, it wasn't visible from where you and Cove were now. Hey Cove, can I go find my moms? I don't see them.
Alright.
I'll come with you. You led the way, peering around and trying to guess what they might have been occupying themselves with. It wasn't long before you spotted them out in the center of the dance floor, hands intertwined as they slow danced together. You came to a halt, causing Cove to bump into you from behind. He opened his mouth as if to ask why you'd stopped, then closed it when he noticed what you were looking at. Watching them sway to the music, Cove smiled. Your parents seem happy. I think so too. You don't know how to follow that, so you stayed quiet. Your parents only had eyes for each other, but eventually Mom managed to look away from Mom long enough to catch your gaze. Her eyes widened, quickly followed by a bright grin. She retrieved one hand, the other still holding onto Mom, and used it to wave towards you with a wide, frantic motion. She even began to hop on the spot, just in case you might have somehow missed her. Mom had spotted you now too, and lifted her hand to her mouth in order to call out to you both. Oh my god. You gave them a thumbs up. You were pleased to see firsthand that your parents were making the most of the night. Cove cautiously lifted a hand and gave the stiffest of waves. I feel like if my parents did that, I'd be like, you had like a little bit to drink, didn't you? Back on the dance floor, your moms laughed at your reactions before resuming their dance. Watch the band perform. You and Cove had found a spot to the side of the simple stage that had been set up for the soiree. There you were, tucked out of the way of the dance floor while you were still enjoying the excellent view of the band. You'd gotten there in time to watch them from the start of the song, their expressions solemn as they teased notes from the strings of their instruments. Cove was entranced, nodding his head along with the music. Catching you watching him, he smiled sheepishly.
Not bad.
It's cool. Yeah, it's great. I think they do requests. These were professionals, their skills honed over the years. It was natural that you wouldn't be performing at that standard at your age without significant dedication, time, commitment, and talent. But you still dreamed of reaching that level. It makes me feel like I should practice more. Why? He was looking at you full on, his attention back on you. You'd made the comment idly, not expecting a response, and you felt a little bashful, explaining. They're so good, it would be nice to play like that. Cove nodded, understanding. I think you can do it, and if it matters, I like your playing the way it is already. He's so nice. The band began to play their next song. Cove was enraptured once more, his head tilted curiously as he watched the musicians wield their instruments. Thank you.
You're welcome. Very good.
But after a couple of songs, it was decided that you'd watched the band enough. Look to Cove. I don't want to get someone else to dance with me, because we've invited him. That would be rude. Okay. He sighed. It was so quiet and unobtrusive, you wouldn't have caught it if you hadn't been watching him. His gaze was roaming. Oh no. He turned to face you before you could say anything. I want to sit down. He can do that. Is he upset? Cove began to move, and you instinctively followed him. Yet instead of taking a seat at one of the many free tables you'd expected, Cove ignored them as he purposefully strode out of the party area. Cove, there's seats right here. Okay. Your call didn't seem to register with him as he continued forward, out onto the greens. 1 second. For some reason, I can't see. Yeah, I think he's upset too. Shuichi. Oh dear, hang on. There we go. You went after him, trying to watch out for the uneven ground underfoot. The clods of earth, dislodging in games of golf, were perfect for snatching unwary feet even in daylight. Up ahead, Cove didn't appear to have any difficulty traversing the uneven land. This looks the same as when he was a kid and in the garden. You joined him, still unsure of what was going on. What's wrong? Cove started, as if he'd acted on instinct and your question had brought him around to reality again. I can't open... There we go. I struggle sometimes with bottles, apparently. Anyway. Oh, sorry. And it's okay. You can go back to the party. I'm not gonna leave you here, are you kidding? I asked you here. I'm not gonna leave you here. You didn't budge from your spot. From here, the party was just a glowing haze in the distance. You didn't want to leave him behind. No soldier left behind, Cove. We're not soldiers. I'm still sticking with you. Shuichi, at this point, he is 13 years old, I will say. Just in case. But yes, he's cute. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no. It's okay, it's okay. I'm told that he ages up beautifully. Okay? We'll see. We'll have a little preview when we get into the next stage. Did the party make you uncomfortable? It upset you that Cove had been unhappy attending an event with you, but logically you knew that the issue was likely the event rather than your company.
What?
No. Okay. Did I use something? He shook his head emphatically. It's not anything I did tonight. It's definitely not anything you did either. Okay. You nodded, relieved to have your suspicions confirmed. Cove attempted to fill in the gaps of understanding. I don't want to think about going back to the party. I just feel ready to go home. To your home planet? I'm sorry you're not having fun anymore. Cove stared off and his words felt just as distant. It's okay. Man, I feel so bad. I invited him here and he's not enjoying himself. Cove sat there quietly, gazing out into the shadowy hills and valleys of the golf course. A comfortably warm wind rustled between you, tussling his hair. It was so far away from the hubbub of the party you could even make out the quiet sounds of crickets chirping. This is kind of like how we first met. Do you remember? Yeah, that's literally what I just said. Your impression of Cove during those early days hadn't been fond. It's so weird. That was a long time ago. You thought back to the day Cove first arrived in the neighborhood. He had run away from Mr. Holden, taking solace in the hills behind your house. That had been late, too, on a clear night like today. Looking at the sky, you wondered if the stars were looking down were the same ones as then. Cove's face was brighter, though you could still see signs of the strain that had caused him to depart from the soiree. When he'd first sat down, he curled up like a pillbug, hunched over, knees pressed to his chest, and arms wrapped around them. He unwound as you'd been talking, straightening up, and his hands free to gesticulate. It was as though the two of you had constructed your own little world away from everything else, and he was beginning to perk up. That's good. That's good. It's always nice when they're starting to perk up again. To a small smile that had crept onto his face. Oh, the small smile that had crept onto his face, quickly ushered away by a frown. This is a lot like a date. And that upsets you? Question mark? Okay. Cove followed up on the statement before you could react. He spoke in a distinctly whispered tone, as though you were the only one in the world who he could share these words with. After I said I wanted to come, I wanted to take it back. Oh, not because I didn't really want to do it, but because I don't know. It seemed like a big deal. It made me feel bad somehow. I started feeling like I couldn't do it, even though I just wanted to do it. I guess it was sort of like having to give a presentation in front of the class, even though it was just me and you doing something like we always do. Is he rejecting us? I worked so hard. I worked so hard to get this fictional man to love my character, and he's rejecting us? Dude! It's okay, he doesn't owe us anything, and obviously he's a fictional character, but still! My best friend, Shuichi, you don't understand, my best friend pitched me this game and said Cove loves everybody. So I'm feeling a little attacked right now. I still think I could do it because thinking about not being there and you and what you might think if I did take it back made me feel way worse than whatever else I felt.
I'm sorry.
I can't deal with stuff like this and have to make everything so complicated. You don't need to apologize. I don't want you to be here if you don't want to be here. After all of this, he had just been feeling bad. If that's how it was going to be, you wish none of it happened in the first place. I did want to be here. I do want to be here. I'm not wishing I stayed home or that this party never came up. It didn't sound like that. Oh, thank you, Shuichi. You wanted to take it back. He moved to his head to look at you straight on, eyes meeting yours. Yeah, I did, but it's not because I hate parties or because I hate you. I never could. It's just me. There's lots of stuff that I want to feel okay doing, and I just don't. I can't explain why, and I don't even know why. Well, sometimes it's just not your thing. The problem isn't that somebody is trying to include me. You're the one who doesn't have to keep doing things.
I'm sorry.
I'm like this, I always am, and then I make you feel bad. Nobody is going to force you to keep trying. But if you do, then I'm going to keep trying too. Okay, so he's not... Oh, wait. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
He's not rejecting us. He just doesn't... I don't know. He has anxiety. No, you... Oh my god, wait. Shuichi, you're so right. It's you and me. I mean, it's not you, it's me. My poor girl, my poor character, dude. Like, she's been so nice. And now it's like... When there's something I want to do and I start to feel bad for some reason, I don't want to give up to that and run away, especially if it's for you, okay?
It's nice.
Because I'm happy when you think about me, when you want me to be there. When I just do it and you're there, it all feels better in the end. So thanks for inviting me. It was something really special. You are pretty lucky to have me. That's not what I'm gonna say. Thanks for coming and telling me all of that. Turned your hands over in your lap nervously. Cove stood up without warning. The sudden change broke the quiet reverie that had fallen over you. It was such a Cove thing to do. You got up to stand up beside him. What's up? Cove smiled awkwardly, brushing the grass off the side of his pants. Wanna dance with me? You're 13 years old. Things shouldn't be this confusing. How are you giving mixed signals? I'm so stressed, you know? I had to deal with this so much in my life, and now I'm getting mixed signals from fictional characters. The whole point of fictional characters is that there are no mixed signals, but here I am getting mixed signals. Is it me? Is my receiver wrong? Because it feels like... I don't know, Shuichi. Listen, he surfs a lot, he bodyboards a lot, he has muscles. I guess. I thought you didn't want to. I know, but it's a dance party, right? And I think... He trailed off, brow furrowed, as if he was trying to figure out the answer himself. Nodding slowly, he continued, I think I want to dance with you before it's over. Okay. With the only words he had to explain gone. What? I'm reeling, dude. I'm so confused. He just held up his hand to you. His expression was soft. Nod. Just nod. And just nod. Just take it. Hey, Quinn! Oh, a walk in the rain sounds great. I hope you enjoyed it. As long as the walk in the rain was purposeful. Because I know when there are some times where I've just taken a walk and it just starts to rain, and that's not as great. But anyway. Cove grinned and his chest rose with a deep breath he took. Okay, you returned hand in hand. Oh, that's good. That's good to hear, Quinn. So, what you missed is that Cove gave us a whole "it's not you, it's me" speech about the whole party. And now he's asking us to dance. So we're getting mixed signals. At 13 years old, it has to be a record. I don't know. I got less mixed signals when I was younger, like at that age. Usually, you know, boys would just be like, "Oh, I like you," and that's a pretty strong signal right there. So, yeah, Quinn. So, you know, all this work that we've been putting into making him love us, fruitless endeavor. I guess he doesn't. Heartbroken. I don't like games either. I would much prefer someone to be like, "Hey, you, I like you. Let's go out and do this thing." Instead of just like, yeah. I only like video games, okay? Video games are fine. Games and dating and like romance and etc. Hate games. Just be upfront, please. Pretty please. Listen, I'm so confused half the time. I'm neurodivergent. Whatever hints you think you're putting down, I'm not getting them. Yes, he should be playing games, not playing with our hearts. You're so right. I need that on a shirt. I might put that on a shirt. Play games, not hearts. Dancing couples had become scarce. One pair among many were hard to notice, but now the space around you would act as a spotlight. Not that there were many left to watch you. I'm glad, Gwyn. He was still at ease, even buoyed by the dissipated crowd. There was a spring in his step as he walked onto the dance floor together. Cove kept a hold of the hand that you had given him back on the little hill. He rested the other on your shoulder. Cove hesitated while you waited for a sign. With a song in progress before you'd stepped out to dance, there was no signal for the right moment to begin. I don't play other people's games. Yes. Yes, Quinn. We don't play any other person's games unless they're game developers and the game is on a screen. We don't play them. The same thought occurred to Cove, who shrugged his shoulders with keeping form. Taking that as your starting point, you cautiously began to sway. Cove readily followed your example. You danced wordlessly, dimly aware of the music guiding you. You were more focused on Cove, whose attention was firmly fastened on you. He didn't look down or away once, not even when your knees knocked against each other and you both briefly fumbled your steps. Instead, he smirked. He wanted to take this dance in stride in more ways than one. You were utterly at peace, safe and relaxed in his presence. I don't know if I feel safe and relaxed right now. He gave us like, "Oh, it's not you, it's me," you know, and then asked us to dance. I don't feel safe, I don't feel relaxed, I feel confused and frustrated. The little slip-up, the whole evening really, only served to underline how nothing could dent the foundation of your friendship. And that's all it is. Friendship, apparently. All too soon, the song reached its conclusion. You could have continued quite contently for some time more. You and Cove let go of each other, though your feet remained rooted to where they had been when the song finished. You heard your name called out, and that brought the dance truly to an end. You both spun to find Mom yelling for you and Cove. Beside her, Mom was shaking her head.
Sorry.
It's time to go! I had to get a hold of them somehow. What did you want me to do? Sneak up on it? Yeah, just jump scare us. That sounds like a great idea. Her chosen method was admittedly better than that. You still cringed at how unaware you'd been when she'd announced her arrival. Cove looked so embarrassed to be caught that you worried about him making another dash away from the party. Despite Cove's reaction to the scene with your moms, to you, it had been a perfect ending to the evening. You were so glad you got a chance to dance with Cove before the night was over. And it definitely was over now. You didn't need to say anything to Cove. The two of you marched wordlessly over to your parents, who were still bickering playfully. Standing shoulder to shoulder, your parents surveyed you and Cove. You wondered if they were checking that they were returning Mr. Holden's son in the same state that he'd left the house.
So-
That was quite a night, huh, gang? Wasn't it just? Cove managed a self-conscious smile. Yeah. Ma was smiling too, with an expression so soft it could have cradled a newborn chick. Good. Well, we'd better ready ourselves to get back to Elizabeth. If we're lucky, the house might still be standing.
Pam.
Oh, shush. She swatted your mom playfully, laughing at the comment. You cast one last look away from the party. You saw people exchanging farewells and suppressing yawns. Most of the faces were happy ones, despite the wariness that was starting to creep in. Cove's head was angled away from you. As you watched, wondering what he was looking at, he came around and met your gaze. It was strange, though it had been a few hours of your life. You felt a little older as a result of attending the party. It was like a step away from the world of your childhood, where dressing up is reserved almost exclusively as a form of play, towards something new that you hadn't yet grasped. Turning away from the final moments of the party, you shelved that thought for another time as your moms eagerly led the way back to the car. As you and Cove tailed after them, you felt childlike once more. And then summer ended. Yes, we move on to the next step. There was no denying it. Today was the very last day of summer. Tomorrow, you were heading to class. Your feelings were muddled. You know, it's bittersweet. There were aspects of going to school that you missed, and others you could happily live without. If only you could pick and mix between bits of the summer and school. You got dressed, not envisaging the day before you? I didn't even know that was a word. Hey Siri, what does envisaging mean? Envisage, to contemplate or conceive of as a possibility or desirable future event. Or form a mental picture of. Something not yet existing or known. Alright, we learn new things every single day. Word of the day, envisage. But contemplating, I already forgot what it meant. But contemplating what lay ahead of you tomorrow. Oh right, mental picture, yes. Life was going to be different. You have to take a breath, refresh the brain. Okay. Life was going to be different. Same family as envisioned. That's such a good way of putting it, Quinn. You had come to think of the summer vacation as the norm, but school sucked up the majority of the year, whereas summer vacation was just a respite in the middle. So rather than it being different, it was kind of a return to the normal. What did your normal life really mean? You considered how fondly your moms talked about their summer vacations as kids. You dimly recognized that one year the pattern of school and summer itself would be over for good. It was hard to imagine. Yeah. You'd gotten distracted, one arm still out of his sleeve. You pulled it through and put your mind back to the present. This season had brought about plenty of changes on its own, like Kyra's visit, though that too is coming to an end today. You're happy you'd finally gotten a chance to know her. She seemed cool. She was interesting to be around. You liked how easy it was to talk to her. You'd finished dressing, which was good. Cove would be there any minute, and you'd agreed to see his mom off together. Officially, the plan was he would come over and bring you around to his house when she was ready to set off, but you both knew that you'd be hanging out for at least a little while beforehand. Kyra's visit had troubled Cove when it first happened. It had been a sudden change, thanks to Mr. Holden's infamous tendency to surprise people, but once he was able to adjust, he'd been in pretty good spirits with her around. It was a relief for everyone. The next thought that crossed your mind was... Go downstairs to wait. You strolled down the stairs. Someone else might have been able to answer the door, but he was your guest. It was only a few minutes later when the doorbell rang. As you'd chosen to stand beside it, I just stood beside the door. Like a golden retriever. There's no delay in pulling it open. Cove was there, just as you'd expected. Seeing you, he flashed you a bright grin. Took you long enough, you only live across the street. You stuck your tongue out at him as you ushered him inside, then bustled him up the stairs. Back in your room, you sat down on your bed and waited for Cove to settle in as you knew he would. With other guests, you might have offered them a seat, but you and Cove were long past those tentative stages of friendship. Your room was as familiar to him as his own. You watched as Cove sat down in your desk chair, his preferred spot. He rolled it closer to the bed to make it easier to chat, tweaking the angle so that he was fully facing you. Once happy with the position, he leaned in towards you, hands held in his lap. His actions weren't one of someone who planned on moving from his spot anytime soon, even though you had an appointment to keep together that day. When is your mom leaving? We've got some time. She's still got a shower and stuff before she goes. She didn't want me to just keep hanging around while she was doing that. He lifted his head, his gaze drifting out the window, and chuckled. I can't believe she's already leaving, just when I'm getting used to her being there every day. Oh, that's hard. He leaned back in the chair, a wry smile tickling his cheeks. She'll be back. He cocked his head thoughtfully before shrugging. Okay. He ran a hand through his hair before shaking his head, as if shaking off the topic like a dog whipping off water following a dip in the sea. Cove perched an elbow on the chair's arm and propped his jaw against his curled hand. There was a natural ease to his movements, a familiarity from the echoes of all the times he'd been here when he'd sat in that same position. This was a really nice summer. Totally. Cove still nestled cozily in your chair, smiled at your response. How are your fish doing? Really good. Things in the tank are stable and everybody looks healthy. That was nice to hear. You'd learned from Cove how hard it was to maintain an aquarium. Gil has been busy, keeps darting between the plants and out again when I walk by, like a game of peekaboo. Or hide and seek. Yeah. Cove idly glanced out the window. He gave a resigned sigh. It's gonna be harder to surf, you know, at school. It's getting colder out. I don't want to get rusty. I'm sorry, Cove. You didn't feel like not being able to surf was a big deal, but you had sympathy for him. He gave a light smile coupled with a shrug as a response. Won't be long until we get our grades for the summer work we did. Cove's bangs fluttered as he huffed, sinking into the chair. I'm not looking forward to that. I'll be alright. Cove looked at you, eyes bright. Things will work out, I know it. Do you think we'll see Miranda again around school this year? Probably. She could be in one of our classes again. It would be nice to see her again. The sudden call from downstairs caught you both unaware. You'd nearly forgotten the world outside your room. From the guilty look on his face, Cove had done the same. Just a call. Cove's mom is ready to go. If you're quick, she might keep that mandated motherly smothering to a minimum. You doubted that. But it was nice that Mom and Miss Priest had their strange sense of humor in common. Your eyes met Cove's. Wordlessly, you headed down the stairs together. Each step on the way was painfully slow, like he was trying to delay the inevitable. His whole body tensed leaving the house. Cove froze altogether before you could cross the street.
Oh.
The door's open. Dad must be taking her stuff out. He swallowed hard. She's really gonna leave. Oh. You smiled at him reassuringly. You weren't sure what to say or how else to react to her. How else to react other than to be there for him. Cove's bottom lip quivered, and he turned away. Thanks. At that, some of the conflict warring on his face eased a little bit. She's just getting milk. Yeah, she's just getting milk. You know, usually, that would be something Dad does, but you know, gotta change gender norms from here and there. Whew. Okay. Hey kids! Good timing, I just called the taxi.
Hi.
And hi, so glad I got to see you today. It was fabulous getting to know you this summer. I finally got to put a face to the name I've heard so many times. She winked, and Cove pouted on cue over the teasing. Well, he doesn't like us. Well, no, he might like us, but it doesn't matter because it's not you. It's me. Okay. I hope you had a good time visiting. I really did, thank you. Nodding, Kyra turned her attention back to her boys. She patted Cliff on her arm with a warm smile, and she enveloped Cove in a crushing hug. Initially, Cove squirmed to break free from her grip, but his mom was unfazed and kept him locked in place. Heartbeats later, he gave in and hugged her back tightly.
I'm so glad.
I'm so glad this trip was a success. Cliff looked like he was bursting with pride, and then Cove stiffened. Kyra loosened her hold on him enough to study his face concerned. She spoke her next words in a whisper that had been meant just for her son. Do you want to unshelve it? Oh, right. Cliff watched him carefully. His smile began to falter. What's wrong? Cove sighed, and his gaze flickered over to you for a moment, and then just as quick, it was back on his parents. It's alright.
Really?
Are you sure? I don't want to do it now. I can tell Dad later. Yikes. Nervously, you watched the exchange with growing suspicion that Cove didn't want to have that conversation while you were there. Oh. You wondered if you should offer to leave when Kyra gave Cove a pat on the head.
All right.
You can always call me if you want me to be a part of that conversation, okay? I'll call. Thanks, Mom. Cliff still looked baffled about what Kyra and Cove were referring to, but you watched as his shoulders slowly relaxed. You figured that he decided to wait for Cove to be ready to talk to him. I hope you don't mind. I'm gonna start eating because I'm getting a little woozy. I don't know why, but this summer I have just like my appetite has increased tenfold. So I have needed to eat a lot more than I've had to before. Otherwise I feel like I'm gonna die. So yeah. We love some Taco Bell. Cliff still looked baffled about what Kyra and Cove were referring to, but you watched as his shoulders slowly relaxed. You figured that he decided to wait for Cove to be ready to talk to him. Okay. And with Cliff's silence, things seemed to be settled for now. After that, it wasn't long before the taxi arrived, rolling up in front of the house and in clear view of the open door. Kyra stood up, smiling sadly.
Well,
You just ate Taco Bell? Look at us! We're on the same wavelength. That's my ride. Yeah. The matching reply got a chuckle out of Kyra as you all filed out of the house. Father and son went with Kyra's bags in hand. Once outside, you spotted your family waiting by the street, and to your surprise, Derek was also with them. He stood uncomfortably and he waved as soon as you noticed him.
what's up?
When did you get here? My dad dropped me off just a little bit ago. Thought I could visit one more time before school started.
Sorry.
You picked a busy time, I'm sorry. Derek couldn't even look at Cove. He nervously kept rolling a pebble with the bottom of his shoe.
Sorry.
I wasn't even thinking that your mom would be leaving today, I'm sorry. What? You're not interrupting anything, you're always welcome here. It would have been sad if I didn't get to say goodbye before leaving. I think so too. It was apparent that Derek would have preferred to have gotten there at a more opportune moment. He never liked seeing he never liked seeming impolite, but their reassuring words soothed his worries. The tension he was holding in his body lessened, and he looked like he was feeling much more like himself. Bye, Derek. It was fun getting to know you. Bye, ma'am. Is there anything else I can do to help? Nah, don't worry yourself over that. We're just about set. In that short amount of time, Cliff had gathered and packed the bags into the trunk. Kyra took one last look at everyone and sighed. Alright, I don't want to keep the driver waiting, it's time to head out. The little crowd that had formed around started a chorus of farewells and well wishes traveling, but Kyra still made no move to get into the taxi. She placed her attention on Cove. I'll call when I get to the airport and when I make it to Nevada. Also, you better call the moment that you walk in the door at home, otherwise we'll all be wondering all night if you got into trouble on the way there.
Can do.
I can do that. And could you call tomorrow too, so I can tell you how school went? Of course, I want to hear all about it. Kyra put a hand on Cove's head and affectionately ruffled his hair one last time. She then let go, only to move on to squeezing his cheeks in her hands instead.
Cove.
I love you so much. She was chuckling by the time she freed him and rounded things off with a small tap to the tip of his nose. Cove rubbed at his face with a grin. Finally, she walked over to the car while waving and took her seat in the taxi. Cliff hooked an arm around Cove's shoulder and kept him close as it began to pull away. For a moment, Cove looked up at his dad, then wrapped an arm around his back. Bye, Mom. Bye. Travel safe. Kyra rolled down the window and stuck her head out of it. She waved again while blowing kisses at Cove and Cliff. See you again. Before she was out of sight, you decided to wave goodbye. As the taxi headed down the road, you stuck your hand in the air to send her off. The cab turned down another road and completely disappeared from view. Cove let go of his dad and took a few steps out into the empty street, still looking in the direction his mom went. He smiled quietly, deep in thought. You got the impression that Cove was feeling better than he was earlier. He was finally content with the way things were. You jumped a bit when your mom put a hand on your shoulder, putting you away from your thoughts. She smiled when you looked at her. This was a great vacation, huh? Yeah. That's what I was hoping to hear. Cove walked back over to the group, still genuinely happy. Derek grinned at him welcomingly. And everyone else there smiled at him, even Elizabeth. Well, Ma clapped her hands together, bringing everyone's attention back to the present. It's almost lunchtime. I think I'll put something special together. Her eyes sparkled with a plan, and Mom smiled. I bet you could use some help with that. That'd be absolutely wonderful. Derek glanced between the two, his eyebrows furrowed. Is there something I can do? Your mom's exchanged a fond expression. Ma shook her head. That's very sweet, Derek, but it's alright. It's not your job. Technically, your dad left you under Cliff's watch. You're meant to be taken care of by him, not doing chores for the neighbors. Mom laughed a little over her own joke. You watched as Derek looked away, discouraged. It's okay, I don't mind. He was a little bashful about it. You wondered if Mom's joke had reminded him that he wasn't initially meant to be invited to lunch. It was getting a little awkward. I'm gonna take another bite. 1 second. There's no clean way to eat tacos. Mom grinned sympathetically. Her comment was meant to lighten the mood, not bring it back down. Ma tried again to get things moving forward. Why don't you kids have fun? You can all come back here in about an hour and we'll make enough for everyone. Mom nodded in agreement.
Sounds good.
That's a stunning idea, Lani. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That sounds like a plan, then. I don't want to crap your style. I've got some stuff to work on, so I can be out of your hair this afternoon. You should come by later, too. No reason you should be the odd man out. Mom seemed amused as Cliff rubbed his neck nervously. He grinned, a wavering but pleased smile.
Thanks very much.
I appreciate the invite. He looked over the assembled crowd with knowing glances. I can help too. With as many as people you're feeding, you're gonna need a lot of food. Didn't you hear what we told Derek? It wouldn't be fair to make you cook when we're the ones inviting you in. Ma raised an eyebrow when Cliff waved it off. I insist. Derek would be missing time with his pals. This would be a break for me. I'm quite the chef. Ma and Mom exchanged further glances before Mom shrugged. An airtight argument. If you're sure, we'll be happy to have you, Chef Cliff. Cliff's grin widened and seemed more hyped than you'd expect him to be about helping with lunch. Cove shook his head, a fond smile on his face. Then all of us grown-ups will be heading inside. I assume the rest of you kiddos are staying out? Maybe, not all of them. Ma tilted her head. Which mom? Which mom, Shuichi? I have two! I have two moms here. This one or this one? If you're talking about my real life mom, I'm sorry. I didn't know you could see ghosts. The brown hair. Okay, yeah. A little scary indeed, yes. Mm-hmm.
All right.
I'll stay with the kids.
That's fantastic.
That's great. Both of your moms smiled at her, while Derek and Cove didn't seem to appreciate her phrasing. But with the plan decided, all three parents waved and headed for your house. It was just you teenagers now. Elizabeth looked at you and the others, a curious expression on her face.
So,
What now? You silently wondered if Elizabeth only stayed out with you to avoid getting roped into work. And again, she could just genuinely want to hang out. You couldn't tell with your sister. Cove spoke up after no one else did to answer Elizabeth's question. Want to go down to the shopping street? It's been a while, and I don't think there's a lot of other things that we could agree on. Yeah, sure.
awesome.
Sounds awesome to me. Unlike you guys, I haven't been there 1,001 times. It's new to me. Let's do it! You strolled across the road as a group, down to the beach, then to the left. It took less than 15 minutes to arrive, one of the conveniences of Sunset Bird. The four of you looked around at the familiar shops, trying to see if anything caught your attention this time. Derek was the most enthusiastic. 1 second, I'm gonna get another bite. Okay. That's so cool! You ran over to a street magician who is currently doing a card trick for a group of enchanted tourists. Derek clapped when the magician showed a middle-aged man in his card. Derek turned back to the group with a curious gleam on his face. Is that freaking amazing, Alexander? What does it take to perform up here anyway? Do you have to ask somebody or do you just show up and start doing stuff? I don't know. It's a public oh, who would you ask? It's a public street. I don't know. The city? Probably Elizabeth. Hey, Miss Mayor, can I pull a rabbit out of my hat, please? Flopsy is well behaved, I promise. Great. Oh no, the bottom of my taco fell apart. I have to hold it sideways like a sandwich now.
Maybe?
Maybe there's a boss at the shopping street? No one does any of this around my neighborhood. It's just regular stores behind walls. They're so fragile. You'd think they were someone's ego or something. Okay. Ah. With that one taco down. Okay. Cool. Okay. It's different if someone wants a real store, but here I'm pretty sure people are just putting on their little shows, whatever they want, and do whatever. That's so neat. Would we be allowed to do something too? Cove laughed and Derek began vibrating with excitement. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. What would we do? Well, I don't know what. Not yet. I mean, I just found out it's a possibility, you know? But there's gotta be something. We know cool stuff. I'm pretty sure if we think about it, we could plan a show that'd get a crowd bumped. You gave a look to the other two. Derek continued to brainstorm out loud about different potential performances while you glanced over at Cove and Elizabeth. I mean, I can bounce a soccer ball in my head. Last time I tried, I got 8 bounces before it fell. I wouldn't bring a ball here. Why not? Cove gestured to everything around. The stalls, the people, all the colorful chaos that made the shopping street. Would you want to chase a lost ball here? And what if it hit somebody? Even if you're good, someone else could bump into you. That's true. Derek thought about it some more. Excuse me. Then he watched another performer, a woman doing tricks with 2 small dogs.
Oh my god, I love puppies.
Go, Quinn! Thank you so much for dropping by. The woman held up rings. Both animals jumped through the openings, happy to receive a treat at the end. Derek brightened. No, yes, thank you for staying. I appreciate your company every single time that you are here. Please have like I hope your rest is restful. Which I know sounds like duh, but some people don't have restful rest, so rest and actually rest. My brain's not working. This is we're probably gonna end soon anyway, so yeah. Maybe I'll teach crabs how to race. Crabs? It could work! With some amusement, the gang continued to peruse the stalls. Elizabeth found some earrings with a dangling, badly misprinted globe that everyone laughed at. Cove picked out a blob as Iceland, but Derek thought it had to be Greenland. You know, this is a world with what looks like 9 continents? I think you're both wrong. You know what? Let's agree with the sister. It's just a weird blob, guys. Suddenly, Cove froze. You stared at him, then tried to see what caught his attention. When you saw a familiar face down the way, it made sense. Not Jeremy! Not again! Not again! Between the crowds, his bright hair stood out like a neon green bowl in a kitchen sink. It was Jeremy. Jeremy slowly drifted his eyes down the street and widened in mutual recognition. He definitely noticed you. Derek frowned and Cove tensed up. You couldn't help but remember the last time you'd see Jeremy at Miranda's birthday party, and we punched him. No wonder Cove was already defensive. You glared at Jeremy. You narrowed your eyes and protected your dislike. Duck and cover. No. He ducks and cover. Okay, we chase. We chase and kill. Elizabeth raised an eyebrow. Her gaze swept over Jeremy without a hint of a clue. Jeremy simply scoffed to himself and waded deeper into the crowd of people. Derek relaxed and exhaled loudly. I'm glad he's not going to start anything. He peeked over at Elizabeth with a tiny smirk. See? That was the mean kid.
What?
Huh? She still didn't get it. That first summer day hadn't made nearly as much of an impression on her as it did for Derek. Oh, right. We ran away from Elizabeth being like, oh, there's a mean kid, and then ran away. But he smiled and waved it off. Just forget about him. I already have. He laughed. And Cove smiled lightly. He seemed to be in a much better mood now that Jeremy was gone. Your eyes wandered over to where Jeremy had disappeared. You hadn't forgotten the day you met him either. He was only going to be in town for a vacation with the parents he hated. That glimpse was probably the last time you would ever see him. Great. You broke from the group and went after Jeremy. We're not going after Jeremy. Keep the thought to yourself and just keep walking. Elizabeth snapped her fingers in front of your face. Apparently you had spaced out. Cove and Derek were already at the next stall. Come on, unless you want to get left here. You nodded and caught up with the others. Cove raised an eyebrow. What were you thinking about? Nothing. He gave you a searching look, but let it drop when Derek yelled at you to go check something out. Jeremy was unlike you'd ever met before. You thought he was horrible. You and the group moved on from the stall and from Jeremy. It didn't take long for everyone to return to the joking. You all enjoyed what little time you had left, as Elizabeth mentioned the hour was almost up. The little trip had flown by, and lunch must have been waiting for you now. Derek bounced on the balls at his feet. Come on, guys, let's get going so we can eat. I'm starving. I can't wait. Cove stretched one of his arms lazily. Let's go then. You looked at him appraisingly. Carry me back to the house. Hey, Cove. Yeah? Carry me home. What? Cove's smile said he was amused, while the tilt of his eyebrow was full of disbelief. I want a piggyback ride, and you're the only one big enough to give me one. Cove sighed and shook his head. Derek and Elizabeth became a chorus of laughter. Pretty please. You jokingly pleaded with him, much to the continued amusement of the other two. Alright. Oh my god, he's actually doing it! Cove stepped over to you. He looked like he couldn't believe what he was doing. He looked quirky through a large smile. Ooh, I knew you'd come through for me. He carefully crouched down in front of you so you could climb on. It took a little bit of clambering to get yourself completely up on Cove's back. However, when Cove slipped his arms under your legs and stood up, you felt very secure. Elizabeth watched with a smirk on her face while Derek laughed even harder. It was fair to say that your antics were entertaining. You were glad Cove went with it. Cove carried you home contentedly. Other than a few good-natured jokes at your expense, he didn't complain. He made it all the way back to your house without putting you down. It was a pleasant walk home, and in no time you had made it back. Derek got to the front door and held it open for everyone as you moseyed inside. The three parents were still in the kitchen. They looked up and waved. Welcome back, everyone. You'd made it just in time. I hope you're hungry. When Cove brought you inside... We're still on his back. Yeah. The parents couldn't help but notice the odd conveyance. Your moms were unsure, and Mr. Holden raised an eyebrow. Did you pull something? No. I'm okay. How come you gotten so strong? And reliable, too. What a guy. Yay! Cove rolled his eyes at the commentary, then started walking to your couch. He bent down and you let yourself plop back onto the couch. Thanks, Cove. I'd give it a 10 out of 10. Cove exhaled loudly and shook out his arms. He just seemed relieved that he made it. Hey. So did everyone have a nice time out? She gestured for people to take a seat at the table. Plates and silverware have already been placed out. You took your normal seat, Elizabeth sat across from you, and Derek took the seat to your left. Cove sat on your right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we had a great time. It was fine. I had fun. I really liked it. That's good in my book. Casually, Mr. Holden sat in the empty seat across from Cove. He smiled at you and all the other kids. Mom set down a platter full of water glasses on the table. She looked down at the gathering. It's a good thing we have 8 chairs. I can't remember the last time we had a group this big over a meal. Could you pass the drinks down to the other side? Make sure you all get one. Sure. Those close to the cups obliged and started offering waters around. As everything got set up, Ma chided Elizabeth to take her elbows off the table.
No.
And you shouldn't slouch. She pointed to Mr. Holden, who was leaning forward with both arms on the table. Should I fix my posture now? Oops. Mr. Holden seemed unsure about the sudden attention and carefully rearranged his posture to something more suitable for a fancy dinner. He smiled sheepishly at Ma. Elizabeth rolled her eyes, and Ma gave a level look at her. You shouldn't be impolite to guests in the house either. Elizabeth groaned, long and suffering. Ma giggled, and Mr. Holden chuckled. The lot of you could learn a thing or two from Derek. He has the best manners here. Derek blushed, but it was true. His posture was upright and formal. He even held his fork gracefully. His table manners, on top of all his attempts to aid your parents, made him the model of meal attendee behavior.
Aw.
It's nothing. It's true, though. You have been a lovely guest. I've noticed that, too. It's always nice when you stay over, Derek. Derek smiled and sat a little taller in his chair. And do you have anything good to say about our other guest? She looked deliberately at Cove with a teasing smirk. Or is there just nothing to say? Well, Cove is my number one, but he does still clean his hands by wiping them on his pants. Cove frowned at that and absent-mindedly brushed his hands on his pant legs. Your moms laughed lightly. Elizabeth, you should know, after all these years, Cove is hardly a guest anymore. Cove smiled awkwardly. Thanks. Nah, let's just eat. Let's just eat. Your parents had made an excellent lunch. You took another bite and minded your business. Everyone ate their meal together and continued to hang out for the afternoon. After the food, you and the others played a couple games and talked about your plans for the upcoming year. As time passed by quickly, and soon it was time to part ways. Mr. Holden talked to your moms, and Cove drifted over to you, knowing that as soon as his dad finished up, he would be leaving. Manners are for pansies. Yeah, but also I get so scared. Because I grew up in the Philippines, so you know, manners are important. It'd be cool to stay, but we have some stuff to do before everything closes today.
Okay.
Yeah, bye. Could you move? I need the phone. Cove raised an eyebrow, and Elizabeth impatiently gestured behind him. Cove realized he was standing in front of where the receiver was placed. He sidestepped out of the way and shook his head, clearly thinking Elizabeth was rushing too much. Your sister made a beeline for the phone and started dialing the number of what you figured was one of her friends. Knowing Elizabeth, she was going to be on there for a while. You, Cove, and Derek shuffled closer to the door. It seemed like Mr. Holden was wrapping up his conversation, so everyone started saying their various farewells. See you later, Cove. We gotta do this again sometime. Yeah, see you. Cove turned to you and smiled slightly. Bye. Nah, we hug him. We've been hugging. Cove hugged you back tightly and his chest rumbled as he laughed.
Dude.
Seriously, dude, we'll hang out later. I'm gonna miss you during school. He offered Cove a high five and the two boys clapped their hands together. Cove and his dad left soon after that. Your parents started cleaning up the house and Elizabeth was still chatting to her friends on the phone. It was just you and Derek left. He elected to stay outside in front of his house to wait for his dad to pick him up. You decided to keep your guest company, although he was originally Cove's visitor. A light summer breeze blew through your hair, and Derek shifted his weight from foot to foot. Thanks for waiting with me. He kicked at the ground distractedly.
Well,
Dad's still gonna be a while, so do you want to go for a walk? Sounds great. One last trip for the day. The two of you walked down the street again, just wandering without a destination planned. It was a quiet stroll, too quiet for Derek being the company. You turned to him when you realized he wasn't saying a word. That was unusual. Derek always had something he would chat about. You weren't sure if you should ask about it. Somehow you ended up at the old park near the beach. You glanced over to Derek once more, still expecting him to say something any second now. However, nothing came. In fact, you now noticed a frown creeping on his face. Derek smiled when he realized you were watching. At least, his mouth turned up. There wasn't really anything that felt happy in the expression. He turned away and the smile fell off his face. Oh. His eyes stared intently at the ground and you raised an eyebrow. Everything okay? I'm a little sad. Yeah. It's just with school starting back again, it's gonna be harder to visit. I'm gonna have homework and clubs and practices and everything else.
sucks.
It really sucks that we go to different schools. Oh, yeah. His face screwed up and his fists closed tightly together. This is really concerning for him. What if we don't have time? You channeled some optimism. We'll make the time. We can talk over the phone and have plans for weekends. It'll be okay. Derek looked up at the sky. It was orange and purple with little wisps of cloud scattered around. A plane flew high and a jet stream trailed behind it. Then he turned to the ground again. Derek's face was tilted far enough down that it was harder to read his expression. I want to talk to you about something if you don't mind. Okay. There was a pause and you waited for him to finish his thought.
Sorry.
I was just kind of wondering, do you like guys at all? Like, would you ever want to be with someone who was a boy? Sorry, that's weird to ask. Not weird. I could be with a guy. Okay, then. He hesitated before finishing his question. Alright. What I mean is there any— oh, no. 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 I don't like this. I don't like this even a little bit. You know, this is giving me flashbacks to grade school. No, no. Please don't go where you're going. Please take it back. Not right now. Okay, I get that. So do not. You know, thinking ahead and everything, you've got to give yourself a game plan and all that. It's good to make plans, especially backup plans, okay? Anyways, I heard about this thing where people make pacts with their good friends, and if they don't find anyone else, then they get together, like they get married and stuff. Oh god. So I was thinking, since it's good to have plans, it might be cool if we did something like that. What? What? Wait, no, I wasn't trying to get you to fall in love with me! No. No, this is the worst thing that's ever happened to me. No. You know, then we'd never have to worry about the future or finding someone. We can set like a whole decade in the future, forever from now. We'd have graduated high school and probably college. We'd have jobs and be really grown up. I mean, we'd probably have our own places and maybe our own pets and student loans and cars. Your student loans? You're talking about student loans? 13 years old? What are you doing? Derek babbled on for a while more. It was as if all the words he held in during his silence during your walk had burst out now all at once. So yeah, what do you think? What do I think? What do I think? What do I think? Oh no. I don't know what to think, Derek. Yeah, I don't know. You kind of just sprung this on me. I feel a little confused. I'll think about it, and then we'll tell him no in the future. It's kind of a big decision for being put on the spot. Yeah, sure, don't worry about it. It was just an idea. Yeah, of course. What? You're okay. When you saw your pulse, I promise I'm not mad. I was just wondering. I'm sure things will be okay in the future no matter what. Okay. Crisis averted? Question mark? You didn't spend much longer at the park after that. Yeah, no. I would imagine not. Derek didn't want to miss his dad, so you both made your way back to the street. After Derek went back home, you decided to settle in for the night. Stretching your arms over your head, you noticed that the living room and the phone were free. Yeah, let's call Lee. Soon enough, after explaining the situation to the housekeeper, Lee answered.
Hey!
Hey! Excuse me. Hi, Lee, can you talk? Definitely, we practically have to. My gosh, can you believe it's almost time for school to start? What happened to our summer? School starts first thing tomorrow for me. Ew, and I thought starting next week was bad enough. Enjoy your last week. Oh, I will. I hope you'll survive your first day. I think it'll be okay. School isn't too bad. That's true. Maybe it'll end up being a really good year. And at least summer was nice while it lasted, right? We were busy. Lee, help me. Derek wants to get married. I know. It's like, Lee, please. I need an explanation here. I need to figure this out because Derek wants to get married and I don't know what to think about that. And I didn't even think that he likes me. I've been trying to get Cove to like me, but then Cove said it's not you, it's me. So how do I have how do I have such a complicated love life at 13 years old? It's insane. Fondly, you thought about all the best memories you made this summer. My book fell. Lee was there for some, but there were still many you hadn't filled her in on yet. Let's reminisce. You began to speak about— oh my god, there's so many things to speak about. Dear heavens. Okay. Cove's house for dinner? One night, Cove's parents invited me over for dinner at their house for the first time. Mr. Holden made Mexican food. The meal was good. Mexican is yummy, so that's no surprise. What else happened? I got to name one of Cove's pet fish. What did you pick? Gil. Oh, wow. Why hasn't Cove asked me to name one of his fish? He has a bunch, right? That had you bursting into laughter. You almost accidentally dropped the phone. She giggled in return. Let's talk about her. So what was your big highlight of the summer, Lee? Talking to you is always the best part of my summer. Oh, yeah, sure. Laughed. Alright, okay. So a high point for me was when I took that trip with my parents to Europe. That was amazing. You and Lee continued to go over your adventures until you both were yawning to each other over the phone. At that, you decided it was time to say goodbye for now. You did have school to wake up for in the morning. Bye, Lee. Night. Talk to you later. You left the phone on the side table for now. Looking at the clock on the wall, you saw that there was only about 10 minutes until your mom would be insisting that you go to bed so you could be rested enough for school. You stretched your legs out on the couch and sighed in defeat, watching the minute hand change 1 minute closer to bedtime. You rearranged yourself, feeling restless. And looked out the window. Startled initially, you spotted a figure out in the hills. It was Cove. Oh my god. When the surprise faded, you realized it wasn't that much of a shock after all. It was something Cove would do. Yeah, let's meet up with him. Strolling casually, you went over to the front door. When you arrived, you noticed how many fireflies were out that night. They drifted along lazily, barely minding your presence as you waded through to reach the top of the hill. Cove turned towards you as you approached. And you noticed right away that Cove looked happy to see you. Hey! You had a bounce in your step. You weren't sure how long you'd get before your mom roped you back inside for bed. Hey, you're starting strong. Out late on the very first school night of the year? Chuckling, Cove crossed his arms. Seriously, what are you doing here? Uh-oh, indeed. But what are we gonna get? Another rejection? Not really. He shrugged, seemingly unhappy with his own answer. You stared at him, waiting for him to continue. Well, I guess I was feeling kind of weird about stuff, so I'm getting some fresh air before bed. You nodded. Okay. His mouth pulled into a bent smile. Cove let himself fall back and then all the way down, so he was laying on his back, looked up at the sky. I'm so stressed. I'm so stressed about what's gonna happen. We are not sitting on his chest. Are you kidding me? No. You lay down yourself. You lowered yourself to lay back on the hill. He had been lost in thought or was possibly waiting for you to situate yourself, but he started speaking unprompted again.
Sorry.
I'm sorry for being kind of awkward when my mom was leaving. You stared at him for a moment. You weren't expecting that. I just wanted you to know that I talked to my dad about how I felt and things. It's okay now. Yeah, we're not sitting on him. We're not sitting on him. We're not sitting on him. Absolutely not. No. You were genuinely glad to hear that, and it brought a small smile to your face, but your thoughts quickly wandered back in the first day you met Mr. Holden. Did his dad confess about that? From the way Cove talked, you guess he hadn't, so there was more Cove and his dad should talk about, but it was a relief that they made a start. Now it's not a good time to bring up what you were thinking, though. You could wait longer to say it. By the time we tell him, it's gonna be like we're 25 years old and getting married or something. Well, no, we're not getting married because he apparently doesn't like us. Or, well, maybe he does because it's not you, it's me. Now it's not a good time to bring up what you were thinking, though. You could wait longer to say it. It was almost unbelievable by how much of an impact he's had on your life just by moving in next door. You couldn't imagine what your days might have looked like in a world where you hadn't met him. Cove glanced back at you, waiting for a response, and he had no idea what to say. Then, without a word from you, Cove shook his head strongly. What? It's you. Huh? I'm so stressed. What is this? What is this? What do you mean it's you? What do you mean it's you? You rejected me! Literally! What? What is going on? He snickered before answering. He looked thoroughly amused by your reaction. Yeah, amused? Okay, I'm glad you're amused. Okay? That's what you do all the time. So I'm being you. What do you mean you're being me? What do you mean? Like what? Am I just quiet? Is that what you're saying? Is that, like, what do you mean? What do you mean? I need you to be more specific, Cove. Okay. There's no response to give, but you noticed Cove smiling softly at you. He wasn't trying to be mean at it. Honestly, there wasn't... Okay. Returning his smile, you realized there was no denying that you two have been around each other for a long time. Cove broke the quiet before it could fully settle. Hey, I'll see you tomorrow. So yeah, I'll see you then. He just left. He just left. Sweet cheek, he just left. Yeah, see you tomorrow. What? No matter how much was changing around you, there were some things in your life that always seemed to remain true. The hills felt warm to you that night. Before you knew it, you were getting comfortable under the covers in your room. Your mind couldn't help but still be buzzing with thoughts about future. You felt unsure. I feel unsure. A new chapter of your life was about to begin and no one could say what it was going to be like. Yeah, no, slowly your eyes grew heavy as you drifted off to sleep, your mind spinning with wishful thoughts. No matter what happened next, you could only hope that you would make the most of it. You were ensnared in a dream when a noise from the outside world just... What? Is there another one? Is there another one? What is happening now? Is he outside? Is he outside? Is he gonna be like, hey, actually, I meant to tell you that I'm absolutely madly in love with you? Like, what? What? Each beat was like being poked. You couldn't ignore it. You lifted your head for the... I bet it's gonna be frickin' Cove. It's Cove. You're gonna tell me it's Cove. It's not Derek. No way it's Derek. Derek does not live nearby. So, you sat up in bed and opened the window wide. Cool air, not yet warmed by the day, tickled your face as it pushed into your room. Just as you detected him as your neighbor, crouching on your windowsill. He was fully dressed though not for school. What is going on? What is this? What is this? Again? Again? Are we doing this again? Is that what we're doing? Huh? Are we just... Why do you toy with me so? I'm so confused and I'm so stressed and I'm 13 years old in this game, so I really shouldn't be. But I am so confused. What? Yeah, okay, hi. Why are you at my window this time, huh? Mister, it's not you, it's me, and no, you will never live that down, okay? Mister, it's not you, it's me. And also, like, it's you. And also, it's... What do you want from... What else do you want from me? We want to be back to school for a few more hours. Okay. Classes haven't started yet. Do you want to hit the beach with me one more time this summer? Sure. Sure. Okay. You rushed to get changed into something suitable while Cove climbed down to ground level. Your limbs, still half asleep, struggled somewhat as you attempted to coordinate them into a swimsuit, but you got them there in the end. You were tiptoeing out your front door, clutching a towel. Oh, we're sneaking. We're sneaking! Cove was already there to greet you. Your eyes met. Cove's gaze darted to your destination and back to you. You checked that the door is closed. Give him a thumbs up. You're crazy. We weren't gonna say that. He's our friend. I mean, yes, he's crazy, but we don't have to say it out loud. Wordlessly, you began to run down the familiar path ahead, Cove beside you. The thrill of your illicit outing made you want to laugh, not that you dared. If anyone in your family looked out and saw, then your summer would be back to being over. One glance at Cove told you he was exactly the same, holding out Snickers for fear of being heard and caught. The towel streamed out from under your arm like a cape. You were running so fast downhill that simply keeping your balance and not tumbling down was a real threat. It wasn't enough of one to make you slow your pace. For every step you took, the beach was a little closer, the day a little brighter. But the day ahead for you would arrive, and you were happy to meet it. In between. Okay, y'all. Oh no. I accidentally scrolled and it went back. Okay. I think we gotta change our hair. We might be outgrowing the braids. So... I kinda like this look. No, not the two tones. Once we get to the two tones, we've gone too far. I don't like the wavy ones, even though this is kind of like what my hair looks like. Yeah, I mean, this looks good. I like this. And then... do they have like a curlier hair? Oh wait, they did. Here. No, that looks bad. I don't like it. Curled one. No, that's too short. Okay, we'll go with wavy then. Wavy one. And then I'm gonna go with the first one that we saw earlier. No, I don't even remember it. This one! Strands 2. This is what we're going with. This is what we're going with. Okay, change page. I have no glasses. I do not have like any freckles, but I do have a scar on my forehead.
Okay, go.
I don't know what this does. We never see this person anyway, so change page. Yeah, next. No rings. Yeah, no, I'm good with that. Cool. Done. Okay, I'm gonna shift to more relaxed. And I think we're still just... my feelings for Cove. I feel like we're just fond of him. I don't have a crush on him. Because, like, listen. Do I, like... I don't, because he's being so flip-floppy. He's being so flip-floppy, I don't have a crush on him. Like, I might have, but then, like, you do? That's fair. It's just the inconsistency for me. It's a deal breaker. Especially because, like, we've known Cove for some time. It's different if, like, someone was flip-flopping and you didn't really know each other. But, like, we were supposed to know Cove for, like, 7 years at that point, and he was flip-flopping. You know, so I'm like, I have no, like, no. Sorry, no. But maybe this time it'll change. Maybe it'll change in high school. Don't know.
Alrighty.
Relaxed fondness. Yes. Okay. Apparently this is Cove. Quiet and sporty. Okay, and then we're gonna save. Because we will continue this next week. You want to figure out what happens between Cove and me? Yeah, so do I. I want to figure that out too. But it is 30 minutes after midnight. And I have stuff I gotta do. So I gotta go sleep at some point, you know? That's kind of sort of a little bit important. But yeah, I don't think we're gonna do a little raid today for my Twitch people. Because I am tired with a capital T. So, you know, I think I gotta go. I gotta eat. I gotta eat the two other tacos in here. I gotta rest my voice too. It's kind of like a little painful from reading out loud. But that's my bad. But yeah. Okay. So, let me give you a rundown of what's happening right now. I know this is not our usual rundown. Why? Because I am moving on Monday, preferably. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. I'm so stressed about that. But anyway. I'm moving on Monday. So, I'm not going to be able to stream on Saturday, like I usually do. And I'm not going to be able to stream on Monday because I'm going to be moving. Like, all of this is going to be in a box on a truck. Headed somewhere else. So I'm gonna be moving. But yeah, so there's that. And then we should be back on Wednesday next week. Fingers ultra crossed. If not, then I'll let you know. Where do I let you know? Lovely, nice question. Thank you for asking. Excuse me. If you haven't already, I highly recommend joining the Discord. It is a great place to find my updates and also just chat with me. I love hearing from you, even if I'm not streaming. Yeah, so get on my Discord. Hop on there. I put up my announcements of whether I'm streaming or not, or whether I'm late or not. Like today I was a little late. Why? Because I got on the wrong train on the subway. Because I'm so smart, obviously. But yeah, so there's that. And then we have what else do we have? You can follow me on Instagram. You can follow me on TikTok. That should all be in the description if you're on YouTube. And if you are not, then, you know, it's great that Twitch has this thing called commands in chat because I could just put in my socials and there it is. Da 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 da! Brilliant. Wonderful. Amazing. And guys, I really appreciate streaming with you. I have such a blast talking with all of you and hearing all your different opinions and all your different hypotheses and what you're looking forward to, what you're doing when you're on stream with me. I love playing games with all of you, so I am really gonna miss you on Saturday and Monday. I'm gonna have to figure out things to do because what am I supposed to do if I'm not spending time with you? Live life, I guess. Go outside. Frightening concept. But yeah, so I'm gonna see you guys on Wednesday, hopefully, if all goes well. But until then, I hope you all take care of yourselves. Don't forget to drink your water, or in this case, I'm holding up orange juice. Orange juice is great, has vitamin C. So yeah, don't forget to drink your water. Don't forget to do your eye exercises things. So if you're staring at a computer for too long, it's bad for your eyesight. So take care of yourselves. Go stretch your limbs. Go do everything that it is that you gotta do. Go to the bathroom. Eat your food. All of it. Take care of yourselves. You are important to me. Go sleep. That is another thing that is another basic need. Thank you, Sweet Chi. You're very sweet and it was really fun to chat with you. So y'all, whether you were lurking, whether you were chatting, whether you were using me as a body double, I really appreciate it. I will play some music while I de-streamify for about 5 minutes. And I will be available on chat should you need me. But like I said, I don't think we're going to be raiding. We might raid today. We'll see. You know what? I might change my mind. We'll see. We'll see. It depends who's on, but we might not because it's really hard to find another R Live streamer. And I don't know if you guys like watching Phoenix write over and over again. So yeah, Y'all, I love you all, and I will see you whenever I see you. Goodbye.